This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, well, Robert, if it's okay with you, I think we can get started. We've got about 18 people on the line. I know more will be coming in. And so since it is going to be a long session, I think we will be having several people coming in and out of the webinar for today, depending on which presentation they want to be able to view. So I'll go ahead and get started then. And just for everybody, okay, thank you, sir. All right, and so everybody will know we are recording this session so that way we can make it available. If you're not able to attend every presentation, we'll have that on our website so you can see it at a future time. So just wanted to say good morning, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today for a webinar that we are hosting in partnership with Economic Development Administration. And this is a federal and state resources workshop. And our theme is Recreating Your Economy Post-COVID-19. I would like to welcome everyone today. My name is Annette Gutierrez. I am the Executive Director here at the Rio Grande Council of Governments. And as you can see on the screen, we serve as the representative for the West Texas Economic Development District. We administer that program on behalf of the Economic Development Administration. We're one of many development districts that you can find throughout the United States where we are funded by EDA. And we serve two purposes on their behalf. One is to serve as their liaison to work with communities for you all to receive a better understanding of what EDA does, how it is that you can tap into their funding. And then the second part of it is to construct a comprehensive economic development strategy document. And that document, the purpose of it is to look at what our economy is going to be on a regional level. And so I could imagine at times you all might find difficulty trying to get your stakeholders together in your community to agree on what the vision is. Just imagine what it's like with our West Texas Economic Development District, where we're working with 6 counties. And we also, even though Doña Ana County is part of New Mexico and they have their development district, we definitely incorporate a lot of the data and as well as their strategies into our document as well, because we really do see ourselves as one region. And so we are looking at, we are updating that document, doing that through the help of Omar Martinez, who's working with us in this initiative. And we also have Insight Consultancy, who has been lending a tremendous hand in terms of the resilience portion of it. And so we hope to have that ready for everyone to be able to view, I would say at least by the end of March, if not the beginning of April. And so what I'll do now is I'm going to turn it over to our president, and that's the Honorable Cinderella Guevara. She is our president for the Council of Governments for this fiscal year, and she is also serving as the county judge for Presidio County. Judge, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you, Annette. Good morning, everyone. So as Annette said, my name is Cinderella Guevara, and I am the county judge for Presidio County. And currently I'm serving as the president for the Rio Grande Council of Governments for this fiscal year. I'd like to share a little bit of information about my county, the county of Presidio. We have 2 incorporated communities, Marfa and Presidio, and several unincorporated communities. Those include Shafter, Redford, and Candelaria. In total, our projected population is around 6,704. Our county's economy is diverse. Tourism plays a huge factor. While local, state, and federal government employ many of our residents, and then we also have a significant agricultural presence as well. I would assume some of you may face similar challenges in terms of how to institute the most effective strategies for your community to prosper. So thank you for joining us today for this important webinar. The global coronavirus pandemic has totally redefined everything in our communities. It's changed the type of work we view as essential. And as you can see from today's agenda, speakers will provide you with a roadmap on how you can work to make your economy better. And as president of the Rio Grande Council of Governments, I know how important it is for our communities to work together and look at solutions on a regional level. Please keep this in mind as you're listening to our presenters and you start thinking of how it is that you can work to transform or enhance your economy. Thank you, and I hope all of you enjoy today's webinar. Thank you, Annette.
Thank you so much, Judge. Really appreciate your comments. All right, so now we're going to go into our first presenter, and that is Mr. Robert Pichet. He is the Economic Development Representative for our region. And so when I say our region, he's going to be, if any of you ever want to tap into funding from EDA, you want to make an application, the path that we would like for you to consider taking is one that you reach out to the West Texas Economic Development District, and that would be myself that would be serving as a representative, or Peggy O'Brien, who's out in Martha, or Charles Simeon, who is here in El Paso. So either one of the three of us, you can definitely have a conversation with us, talk about what project you're wanting to implement. And then at one point, and then some point in time, we will then be meeting with Mr. Pichet so we can pitch our projected project to him. And he will definitely give us some great insight into what are some things that we may need to enhance, perhaps remove, or what are some additional data that we need to provide. And so Robert will go into a greater account in terms of what EDA is doing nationally as well as regionally. And so I'll go ahead and turn over the presentation to Robert. And Robert, let me bring that up for you right now on your PowerPoint. And just so you all are aware, there will be some presenters who may be using the camera, others won't. In this situation, EDA is being very, what's the word here? They are using their money as wisely as they can, so they will not get Robert another computer that has a camera that works, so we won't be able to see Mr. Pichet. But definitely, I know that you all, some of you have definitely had an opportunity to meet with him. He does great work, and he really is looking out for our community, and he does the best that he can to make sure that we have our resources as well. So, Robert, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Annette. Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I appreciate it. Judge Guevara, good morning. Thank you for joining us this morning as well. Certainly it's important to have the elected officials be supportive of what we do. Let me just make a couple of comments. Number one, good morning, Judge. Thank you. Let me just make a couple of comments about EDA. Number one, EDA is a small agency within the U.S. Department of Commerce. And what we do is work by, since we're so small, what we do is we create partnerships with what we call our economic development districts. And in this case, the Rio Grande Council of Governments and the West Texas Development District. Annette and her folks have been great. You know, we're such a small agency, we have these partnerships really to extend our efforts into every community around the country, around the U.S. And those relationships we think are critical because it really takes us into the local communities. Y'all know your communities, and we know economic development. And so with that combined set of knowledge, we think that we're going to be able to do much better for your community. And as I go through this presentation, I'll just come back to this theme over and over again. Really, it's this partnership between EDA, the local districts, and your communities that we think is going to be the most beneficial and the most effective in moving forward. So let me just walk through the presentation. Slide, please. Thank you. Starting out with the very general stuff. You know, our mission, as it says there, and I won't read the slides to you because we can all read. But basically, we feel that EDA is really the lead agency within the federal government to really talk about economic development. Other organizations like DOD will have an Office of Economic Adjustment and the like, but EDA works with communities on a long-term basis. And by working with our districts, we're able to, I think, as I said already, be more effective in working with the communities and developing that economic development thinking, both in the long term and in the short term. So the idea is that we're going to be working on a bottoms-up approach. The idea, again, is that you all know your communities certainly better than we do. And so by harnessing our knowledge, harnessing your knowledge, we think we're going to be a little bit more effective. So the first bullet that you see down there, you talk about economically distressed regions. You know, we have targeted our efforts to really start with those economically distressed regions, so that we can help those communities plan for a better future by supporting efforts to create higher paying and sustainable jobs. You know, the idea is that we have limited funds. So when we make an investment in the community, and we really, you know, these are grants, but we really feel that they're investments. The idea is that we want to make investments in the community that, again, jointly with the community, are going to come up with projects that are going to be very strategic and very, very much having an impact both today and into the future. So again, the idea is that since we're a small agency, we're not going to be able to be coming back typically with large grants on an annual basis. So the idea is we're going to try and give you some grant funds that are going to make you help you make those investments, which are going to make a considerable difference in your community into the future. And you know, we're really trying to emphasize as much as we can, you know, bootstrapping your way up. In other words, we're going to be emphasizing entrepreneurship, regional competitiveness. And the idea is that, you know, we're all competing in this global stage. And so the idea is we're going to try and help your community become more competitive. Slide, please. So who is eligible for EDA grants? Typically, we're going to be making these grants, as it says, they're merit-based. The idea is we're going to be providing these grants to eligible grantees, which are units of local government, under a state's charter typically, or economic development nonprofits, that, you know, organizations that work in their communities, trying to develop their communities from an economic standpoint. You know, we cannot provide assistance to for-profit companies. That's just not, you know, how we're structured. But the idea is we're going to help and work with local governments typically. And again, we're going to be, you know, through this process that actually Annette described a few moments ago, which is helping to support this long-term economic development thinking. The idea is, again, we're going to be helping to support those projects that have a long-term impact, and that are the result of this economic development planning process that the districts help you walk through. So the idea is that, again, we're going to be trying to come up, number one, work with you on a long-term basis through the districts to come up with an economic plan moving into the future. And that plan will usually, and if not always, help you determine those projects that are going to have a substantial and systemic impact on your community, to be able to create more jobs, bring in more private sector investment, because that's what we're really trying to develop. Local government can do a lot by investing locally, but what we're going to try to do is we're going to try and help you attract those developments and investment from a private sector standpoint. Now, we always require that our applicants have some skin in the game. We always require a local match, and basic economic development project eligibility requires a 50% dollar for dollar match. But you know, if you recall, I mentioned at the outset, we're talking about economically distressed communities. That's a measure of how we can help you. And so depending upon the economic distress, we can go up to a grant rate of 80%. So, and there's a whole way that there's a, you know, actually a pretty straightforward way of determining what your grant rate is, and we can walk you through that, as well as, you know, Annette and her folks can walk you through that as well. But we always do require some local match, and we'll work with you to determine what that is. So that's the key. Private sector jobs, private sector investments that are decisions that are made based upon the long-term economic development impact. We'll listen to short-term impact as well, construction jobs and the like. Obviously, those are very important. But the idea is that we're going to help you to develop long-term changes in your community, long-term job creation. Slide, please. Now, this is the Economic Adjustment Program. Now, I didn't walk you through the different public works, technical assistance, etc. But economic adjustment is a very important part of our portfolio. We have seen over the last number of years more and more of our portfolio be in the Economic Adjustment Assistance Program, because this is a program for a community that has suffered some type of an economic shock through whatever reason. It could be a plant closure, it could be declining population, where we can help you try to stem the impact of that. But more and more we have seen individual communities that have been impacted by an environmental disaster or some type of a natural disaster, and that has made up more and more of our portfolio. So through our economic adjustment program, as you can see the different types of projects that we can support. Construction of physical infrastructure is usually the most popular type, the most common type of project that we help. We can also capitalize revolving loan funds, and we've done that many times. Key factor, though, is through economic adjustment in the disaster program. Those are always funded on a special need basis, which is always awarded at the maximum grant rate, which is an 80% grant rate. So, as I said, economic adjustment, the usual eligibility applies, except if it's a natural disaster, some type of a disaster project. And again, those are funded at an 80% grant rate. So that's something that's important to keep in mind. Still requires a match, though, from the applicant. Slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about disaster. As I mentioned earlier, it's been a larger and larger part of our portfolio over the last number of years. See, the first one mentioned there's Hurricane Harvey in 2017. Very, very high profile, big project, big impact, huge impact along the Texas coast. Had an impact area of about 300 miles along the Texas and Louisiana Gulf Coast. But as you can see, in 2018, Congress passed a supplemental to help those areas that were impacted by Hurricane Harvey, and EDA was allocated $600 million. And from that, the Austin Regional Office received $129 million for the Harvey impact area. Obviously, the $600 million was across the U.S. for all disasters that happened in 2017. And we received, as noted there, just a little under $130 million for the Harvey impact area. So it's very geographically oriented. It was a natural disaster, geographically centered along the Gulf Coast, and so therefore the response was to provide assistance in that Harvey impact area. Following year, in 2019, we also received a supplemental for flooding and tornadoes in 2018 and 2019. And again, in that case, the EDA received $50 million. I should say the Austin Regional Office received $50 million. And as I mentioned earlier, the Austin Regional Office, obviously centered in Austin, I should say located in Austin, serves the Texas and the four surrounding states. So again, geographically centered, I should say, and targeted. Slide, please. So again, obviously a direct example of targeting. This is the Harvey impact area, and we'll receive that $130 million. It was targeted for these areas along the Texas and extending into Louisiana Gulf Coast. So again, a good amount of dollars, a good amount of money, but again, geographically targeted. Slide, please. And this is one of the natural disasters. We had 3 FEMA declarations that served as the eligibility for the supplemental that we received in 2019. This is 4377, which has those 3 counties along the southern Gulf coast of Texas. Slide, please. (4416), which, as you can see, has eligibility of numerous counties across the mid portion of the state. Slide, please. And 4454, which is the 3 southernmost counties in the state of Texas. So, as I mentioned, these were disaster supplementals that we received from Congress, and with a specific amount of money targeted in those geographic areas that have been impacted by these natural disasters. So those are economic adjustment projects that we've been working over the last several years. Very significant part of our portfolio. As I mentioned, EDA is a very small agency. Typically, our major public works programs and economic adjustment are going to be about $35 million for the entire 5-state region. So in this case, we had 130 or $50 million to zero in on these geographically targeted areas that were impacted. So the idea is to help these communities that have been impacted by this natural disaster and help them to get back on their feet with projects that are going to help them recover their economy. Slide, please. So now we're talking about a disaster of a different nature. Everybody, obviously, we're still living through the COVID disaster and the economic disaster that has resulted from it. COVID-19. The congressional response, the U.S. government's response was the CARES Act, which was passed in March 2020. And with the CARES Act, the EDA was entrusted with $1.5 billion nationwide. And so that for EDA is a very significant amount of money. And the law gave us 2 years to get those grants out, again, to help communities across the country that have been impacted by the COVID pandemic, the COVID disaster, economic disaster we're all living through, to help communities across the country implement projects that are going to help their communities bounce back. Again, long-term job creation, long-term economic investment that we're hoping to help spur. As it indicates there on the slide, the Austin Regional Office received an allocation of $236 million. And it's something that we targeted to our 5-state region, and I'll give you a little bit more details on that in a second. But in Austin, at the regional office, really throughout EDA, we have a rolling application process, and so we receive grant applications at any point in time. And as it mentions there, we had 2 years to get these grant awards out, and frankly, we've gotten in the Austin Regional Office, we've gotten those funds all out, all allocated already. It really took us about 6 months. We received a tremendous number of applications to consider and to fund. Anyway, the bottom line on all of these disaster projects, again, we're talking about long-term job creation, retention, and long-term investment. And there also has to be in all of these economic disaster applications, there has to be a nexus to the disaster. In other words, we want you to tell us what the disaster did to your community and what this project is going to do to help you bounce back. So there has to be some link, some direct link to the disaster and how this project, this requested project is going to help your community bounce back. Slide, please. From that $236 million, we did a number of different non-competitive awards, but we ended up with a pool of about $150 million. And as I mentioned, every jurisdiction within the 5-state region was eligible for those funds. And so we ended up going through those funds in about a 6-month period, which is, a lot faster than I think most people anticipated. Slide, please. Now let's talk about at this point, the American Rescue Plan. It's not law yet. This is what the Biden administration is proposing for this next round. Nothing is set. Nothing is set in stone by any stretch of the imagination. EDA is included in the draft, which is the current version of the law. The final law has not been passed, so we don't know what's going to be in it. But EDA is in the draft. So my point of that is that if this law is passed, that is, it is currently drafted, EDA will have a considerable amount of funds to administer, again, in our 5-state, nationwide, but obviously in the Austin Regional Office across the 5-state region. So I say this just to say, obviously, keep alert on what's going on with regard to the act. You can please keep in contact with Annette and her people here at the district. When this is passed, we will start receiving applications for this new fund, if indeed EDA is included in the final draft. Again, we're not sure what's going to be in the law. We're not sure if EDA is going to be part of the final law that's passed. But if we are, then there will be new opportunities to move forward with potential projects in your community as part of the response to the continuing impact of COVID-19. Slide, please. I always put this up just to help people, obviously zero in on what we're talking about. Obviously, Texas and the 4 surrounding states. West Texas Economic Development District, so 6 counties in far west Texas, and then 1 area of New Mexico, just getting across the border. But I always put this up just to doubly emphasize that the competition is usually pretty intense for these funds, and always recommend that if you have a project, you start your potential project, start your thinking now. Talk to Annette and her folks. You can talk to me as well, and we can help you develop your ideas and prepare you for potentially coming in with an application, because the competition will be pretty intense. Slide, please. That's my contact information. Happy to help you and respond to any questions that you may have. Now, we literally have 2 minutes for any questions that we may have at this point in time. Otherwise, if you want to forward your questions either directly to me or through Annette, either way that works, happy to help out. Thank you very much, Annette and Judge Guevara, for your arrangements this morning, and look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, Robert. We do have one question, and I just want to go ahead and put it out there just to confirm. The question was asked in the chat if property is allowed to be served as a match, and the answer is yes. But there is a process that they would need to go through in terms of ensuring that the property is valued at what they say that it is to be. Is that a fair answer, Robert, or would you like to expand on that?
That's exactly correct. The one expansion I'll just make is that the grants are provided on a reimbursement basis. So you can use the property as a match, but you have to be able to either have the liquidity to be able to pay your bills and then give us evidence of that payment, and then we'll reimburse you at the grant rate. Or, if you want to get a letter of credit on the value of the property, whatever. But you just have to make sure that you're liquid enough to be able to pay your bills up front, and then we'll reimburse. So yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you. And so just really quickly, what we'll be doing is we will allow the presenters to make their presentations and then leave at least 5-10 minutes at the end where you all may ask your questions. So please feel free, as the presentation is occurring, if you want to ask a question, you can put it in the chat, or as soon as the presentation's over, I'll look and see if anybody unmutes themselves, and that will be your cue to go ahead and ask the question. So we'll go ahead and try to keep our schedule as is, and we'll go ahead and move into our next presenter. Our next presenter is Linda Banks. That's how many know her. Erlinda Banks actually is the Supervisory Management Analyst with HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And just a little bit about Linda. She has been the Supervisory Management Analyst with HUD's Office of Field Policy and Management since August of 2018. And in this capacity, she carries out the implementation of HUD place-based initiatives such as Envision Centers, Connect Home, and Promise Zones. And prior to coming to FPM, Linda was the Regional Labor Relations Officer in HUD's Office of Davis-Bacon and Labor Standards. I think for all of you who do construction, you definitely know Davis-Bacon and what that means. And so, Linda, you'll have some folks in the audience that have some familiarity with what you did previously. So I will go ahead and move the slides for Ms. Banks, but she's going to go ahead and start the presentation. Ms. Banks, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much for inviting HUD to this virtual workshop. And we are definitely pleased to be a part of this group of folks learning and about agencies as well as what you all do there through this economic workshop. So yeah, we've had some very challenging times, as all of us have, and we've learned some very different ways of being able to reach communities. And so through these platforms such as this is very helpful for us. And I would welcome any feedback as we continue to service the West Texas area. I want to be able to bring to you all some just general information about some of our HUD grants, CARES Act funding as it relates to economic development. And we do have a point of contact offices, and I'll go through that through the presentation, but just want to be a face to you all for HUD's grants and programming out there. Next slide, please. Okay, great. So what you're seeing here is just HUD's overall structure and the various offices that make up the HUD organization as a whole. We have right now going through the confirmation, the confirmation hearing. We have our soon to be hopefully appointed secretary, and that would be Marcia Fudge. We await that appointment, and in between there, what we are continuing to do is continuing to hold out and roll out, I should say, our various program offices funding as it relates to HUD grants and the CARES Act. As you can see circled on that structure, the organizational structure, you'll see circled the Office of Field Policy and Management. That office is the office in which I reside, along with regional office and so forth. We have a great team there. Our public affairs team resides in that office, and so too some other folks. Our deputy regional administrator, which is Leslie Bradley, who is currently leading our office until the regional director, regional administrator is appointed. Next slide. This slide here, I want to just kind of give you an overall field perspective of our how we're organized. We are organized very similar to EDA in that we have regional offices, and for our regional office, it is the Region 6, which includes the 5 states. It's a 5-state regional office, and very much aligned with EDA. And as you can see, all the other offices throughout the regions throughout the nation. Within our region, we have in Texas, I'll just focus on Texas, we have 3 field offices. Well, the Fort Worth office being the regional office / field office, we have a lot of operations out of that office, along with the San Antonio office and the Houston field office. So also have offices in New Mexico, which you all, I think I heard that there's a little piece stretches over to New Mexico. So we do have a field office in Albuquerque as well. Just 1 minute, I'm having some problems here with, okay, not sure what's going on here, but here we go. There we go. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, our regional administrator office is currently vacant, and Leslie Bradley is our deputy regional administrator. The major program offices in Fort Worth, as well as in the field offices, encompasses the Community Planning and Development Office, led by Shirley Henley. We have the Office of Public and Indian Housing, which is led by Byron Gully, and the Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity, commonly known as FHEO, is led by Christina Lewis. And then the Office of Multifamily, led by, and by the way, that is a kind of a regional office. It encompasses both Region 6, which is within it's a hub office, so it encompasses Fort Worth jurisdiction, as well as the Region 7, which is in Kansas City. So they've got a wide swath of coverage out of the Office of Multifamily. Pretty much everybody resides in the Fort Worth regional office, with the exception of Christina Lewis, who is physically located in the Houston office. Next slide, please. So I want to just talk briefly about some of the grant funding that is out there and available, and currently being rolled out through our Community and Planning and Development Office. Most of the grants reside in that office. So when we talk about NOFA, the Notice of Funding Availability is issued annually after the budget resolution and appropriations. So I think you all heard Robert mention something about the upcoming pending funding availability. Through the discretionary funding, there might be some NOFAs that come from that appropriation, but we patiently will await and fully anticipate as well that HUD will have a portion of funding from that act once it is passed. And if you're not familiar with the NOFA, it's basically a process that involves the public and notifying them of available funds so that various communities and cities and so forth can carry out their much needed programs and projects under the discretionary competitive funding grants. The other funding grant is the formula funding, the block grants. You might be a little familiar to that as well. Community Development Block Grant is one of those formula funding block grants. Often it is issued to state agencies such as the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, Texas Department of Agriculture at a state level, and then at the local level or regional levels, funding is issued, rolled out under those block grants to the local municipalities or participating jurisdictions, as they're often referred to in the community planning and development world, such as the city of El Paso or the county of El Paso. Next slide, please. So this slide, I'd like to just kind of give you a snapshot view of the $12.4 billion that was allocated to the under the CARES Act, Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. most people don't know the full name, so CARES Act is what that is. So just want to kind of, again, give you the snapshot. This is 12.4 billion that continues to be rolled out, and grant agreements and so forth are continuing in that effort, rolling out to the various participating jurisdiction or at the state level. So quickly, the Community Development Grant, Block Grant, COVID-19, it has available $5 billion under that grant, and the grant is still available until September 30th, 2022. Most of these grants are still available. There's a couple that are reaching their expended time frame for availability, but for the most part, many of them continue through September 30th, 2022, and even in some cases beyond that to 2024. The Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG, received $4 billion, and it's available through September 30th, 2022. The housing, we call it HOPWA, Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, 65 million, and it's available until September 30, 2022. And then there's the public housing agencies, or Public and Indian Housing, PIH is the program office. They received 2.2 billion, and it's subdivided into a number of different programs, but overall, there's a couple that are where the grant funding is nearing an end this fiscal year. That would be the Office of the Public Housing Operating Fund, which will be coming due in terms of expended funds September 30, 2021. And then the tenant-based rental assistance, those funds are available until completely expended. And then also there's the Native American programs, funding available under the public housing is, that's, I believe, one of the program areas that extends all the way to September 30, 2024, and a number of other program areas. But I just want to kind of give you a overall snapshot of the various programs and the funding that goes along with that. Next slide, please. So I'll kind of take you through a little bit of the formula funding that is really the formula funding, as well as some of the NOFA funding I think we might have on these slides. But just to kind of give you an idea, as you look at the slide there, you'll see that there are annual on the formula funding grants, those, and each of the participating jurisdictions, they receive this funding based on a number of different criteria that is set within the program office of the Community Planning and Development. Likewise with public housing, they have annual formula funding grant, and two separate program offices, separate criteria in terms of eligibility. But just want to kind of give you a snapshot of the types of formula funding grants, and they're renewed basically on an annual basis. And through that renewal, there's a connection with their local local governments, and they work with the public housing. They work directly with the local governments there. Community and Planning and Development, those funds are generally directly to the what we sometimes you might hear called entitlement offices, which are usually larger participating jurisdictions, such as the city. I mentioned the city of El Paso or the county of El Paso. Much of the funding that is in smaller communities is allocated out to, the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, and they distribute those funds out to smaller cities. So that's kind of how that works. But just wanted to share with you this formula funding chart. Next slide, please. So this chart here is just to kind of give you a snapshot of how the funding is. I mentioned entitlement, how the funding is distributed out. Again, I said that some of the funding will go directly to beneficiaries, like the participating jurisdictions, the entitlement. Other funds will go to CDOs or CDFIs, and there is a relationship that goes back to the beneficiary directly. When there is the CBDOs and the CDFIs, they go directly into the through the contractors and to the beneficiaries, the local beneficiaries, residents, and communities. Next slide, please. So essentially, the Community Development Block Grant is a large grant that program that started back in the early 70s, and it is continuously the longest running program at HUD. Much of the program there are formula funded basis, 1,209 general units of local government and states. So that is a lot of local governments that utilize and have access to the Community Development Block Grant. Next slide. So this is some of the eligibility uses. Our Community Planning and Development Office can speak more to these eligibilities and how they may, if there's any questions as it relates to these eligibilities, but you see planning, nonprofit capacity building, code enforcement, home ownership assistance, and so forth. So later on in this presentation, I will provide you with the contact for our Community Planning and Development Office if you ever have any questions as it relates to eligibility. And our Community Planning and Development Office would be happy to answer any questions as it relates to eligibility. Next slide, please. Here's a snapshot just of the program, the CDBG program funding at the state level. And you'll see the distribution through the COVID 1, 2, and 3. There were supplementals that were issued out, and lots of funding there. And again, that's statewide. These are statewide numbers. I would draw your attention to the link below, and I believe you all will get the slide presentation. But the HUD Exchange information is a tremendous, great resource for just learning about HUD programs in general and what has been dispersed. What are there are some tools out there, toolkits. It's a wonderful exchange of information to the public or jurisdictions or communities. So I encourage you all to sign up for that. Sign up into the HUD Exchange. You'll get alerts as you deem necessary for your needs. But it's a great way to keep up on the various HUD activities and programs. Excuse me. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Another program of partnership is the HOME, which is an investment of partnership. Again, it provides formula funding for state and local participating jurisdictions. And it too, different from CDBG block grant, it is a competitive type of program funding. And it's the largest federal block grant to the state and local governments exclusively for housing low income households. Next. Excuse me. Some of the eligible uses include home buyer assistance, helping to build or repair for rental or home ownership, And some of the funds may be used to provide tenant-based rental assistance as well. So I encourage you to all look into some of those programs. These home eligibility uses and the program funding themselves, they are in concert with the consolidated plan at the local jurisdictional level. And if there are home funds available, they're not available at all jurisdictions, but if they are there, you'll find the eligibilities as well as the funding amounts in their in the local city or county government's consolidated plan. Excuse me, next slide. Okay, this is a similar kind of distribution of the home funds statewide. Just kind of gives you a snapshot of the funding and how it has increased pretty much from 2017. You see a little dip in 2019 and then back up in 2020. So this again gives you a snapshot. Again, also the HUD Exchange link there to get a more specific breakdown of the funding of home as it relates to various communities. Next slide, please. Another funding grant available is the Emergency Solutions Grant. It's generally for homeless and sheltering, emergency sheltering, and rapid housing rehab. So those kind of funds are available through the Emergency Solutions Grant. Next slide. And again, a breakdown. You see the COVID additional funding that came through for emergency shelter grants, COVID 1 and 2. So our office's Community Planning and Development, CPD, is continuing to roll out those grant agreements under all of these programs, ESG, home, as well as block grant. Next slide. Okay, so this is the point of contact slide for you all as it relates to the local office of community planning and development. Ms. Shirley Henley is the director, and I just want to kind of mention that this is again the local contact. As you look at the statewide contact for CDBG, that is Suzanne Bernard, and Home and ESG is Abigail Versep. Next slide. Okay, so just want to share with you some of the discretionary funding that's available. HUD awards discretionary funding over the last 20 grant programs that support the HUD initiatives, including the Affordable Housing Development and Preservation Grant, Energy Fair Housing type grants, homelessness type grants, home ownership type grants, and as well as the NOFA type, as I mentioned earlier. The NOFA is a notice published again through the grants.gov, and you can access that and see what type of NOFAs have either been awarded or are pending award. So, and then lastly, there's a crosswalk document in August of 2020. OMB revised the federal federal guidance on grants. And so there's a crosswalk that takes you between the two Code of Federal Regulations, and will give you that crosswalk between those two as it relates to the changes that took place in August. Next slide, please. Continuing on, some of the discretionary funding under public housing and PD&R, which is our policy development and research. These are some of the types of NOFA grants that are available out there. Next slide, please. And finally, I just want to share with you all some resources. these links are very helpful resource links to kind of navigate through the myriad of available funding through HUD. So I encourage you again to explore these links and contact Shirley Henley at our local CPD office, Community Planning and Development Office. Her contact information is there. She has a team in her group that are assigned to, I don't know the assignments of different specialists to the West Texas area, but certainly Shirley can point you in that direction should you have any questions as it relates to these grant and funding opportunities. Next slide. And finally, this is my contact information. I'm in the Office of Field Policy and Management. And again, the Office of Field Policy and Management oftentimes is considered the face of HUD in the local area. So we receive lots of inquiries from the general public and will interface with the program offices as necessary to ensure that programs are addressing the public's inquiries. But most of those inquiries will come through the Office of Field Policy and Management. And again, also one of my primary duties is to work with what we call, again, place-based initiatives, Envision centers, and Connect Home, various secretarial type initiatives that are intended to reach out into the community and provide much needed services and support. So that's me for right now. If there's any questions, I don't know if anything came up through the chat, I will be happy to try to respond if it's related directly to the program office. I would probably need to make a referral and take that inquiry down and refer that to the respective program office, public housing, CPD, FHEO, or so forth, multifamily. Are there any questions?
Ms. Banks, I'll go ahead and ask a question for the group because I know that this has come up specifically with our rural areas. Of the programs that you do offer, what would you suggest would be the best effort to make in terms of affordable housing? There are many programs that you showed in terms of funding that's available, but if we're looking at small municipalities that are having housing needs in terms of affordable housing for their area, what would be a good, safe venture to step into in terms of the first time around?
Okay. Excuse me. Off the top of my head, I would look at the home program. And when you're talking more rural communities, much of that home funding will be servicing at the state level. So again, I don't know if I covered it, or maybe I quickly went over it, but the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs and the Texas Department of Agriculture, but TDHCA gets the allocation and distributes it out to the local communities, rural communities. And so those types of funds that are perhaps needed for, and I'm not sure if you're speaking, when you mention affordable housing, you must, I think, maybe talking about rural rental as well as home ownership. Is that?
Yes, both.
So when it comes to home ownership, because the programs such as home, I don't want to step out too far outside of my lane there, but the home program might be the best program that I mentioned as it relates to home ownership to look into.
Okay, and then we did receive a question from in the chat, and it's a three-parter, but we'll make it swift. The first one, can you think of what funding that HUD offers tends to look into rural areas in terms of funding. What funding is specifically geared towards rural areas? The other one is how do you define rural? And then the third is what is an Envision Center?
Ah,
So you can answer whichever one comes easiest to you in terms of
okay. Well, I might take the middle and work out. I think what's defined as rural, it really kind of all depends on the program. For example, the community planning development, they have areas that are serviced by the balance of the continuum of care operation. That program might consider those communities more rural. They themselves do not have a specific, and there is not a specific definition of rural. Generally, rural might be considered, up like 1,000 or less or so. But I can't say, pinpoint exactly within HUD the definition of rural because all the program areas, their programs are different and their operational is different. So public housing, when you think of the Office of Public Housing and the Public Housing Authorities, their measurement of rural is, again, it's going to be different than community plan CPD, and oftentimes their measurement is based on the number of units that they're servicing. So generally speaking, anything less than 250 units, there's different thresholds, but as you get above 250, that's considered a large property, and it may not be considered in the rural. When you're down below 100, and I can't recall the actual separation of the different unit numbers, that's within public housing, starts to reach out to the more rural communities. So again, different thresholds for different programs.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ms.
Question?
Banks.
I have a question, Annette.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't
Oh,
just.
sorry. I think I cut off Ms. Banks. Hold on, Teresa. Sorry about that. I didn't let you finish. I'm sorry, Ms. Banks.
So that's the rule definition as broadly as I can offer. The Envision Centers are a secretarial initiative under Secretary Carson, which were designated. They're designated Envision Centers throughout the country. In a state of Texas, there are 10 as we speak, and there was a big effort over the last couple of years to expand those. They stand on 4 pillars of operation. Basically, you have economic empowerment, you have the pillar of educational advancement, the pillar of health and wellness, and the pillar of character and leadership, all for the purpose of helping individuals, low income generally, to move towards self-sufficiency under those pillars of assistance. And I forget the third question.
I think you answered that there in terms of
okay.
if there's any programs geared for rural areas and if those are awarded more favorably.
Mhm.
Okay. And Teresa, you had a question. This is Teresa Todd, our Jeff Davis County attorney and Marfa attorney as well.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Banks, you had said that the home program was best for folks that already own their homes. Would you say the home program is also best for establishing rural rental properties that are for affordable housing? Or would there be other programs that would work for creating that type of affordable rental?
Without really, I can't say that I can answer that question because that might be more of an eligibility question that is reserved for the CPD office. I will take that question if you could maybe put it in a question form, written form, and I will. I can get an answer to you on that question.
Yes, ma'am. I can certainly do that. Thank you for your help.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Banks. I really appreciate it. I know that most of Texas has endured some challenges these past weeks, so I appreciate you coming on board and giving this presentation. So thank you. And again, for everyone who's listening, we will be providing the slides for those who would like to have those. Just go ahead and email me your request, and then if anybody would like Ms. Banks' information, we'll have that available to you as well. Thank you. So let's go ahead and get into our next presenter. And that presenter is going to be Mr. Jose Luis Campos, and he is the Deputy District Director for the Small Business Administration here in El Paso. And it goes without saying that every organization has been stressed with this pandemic in terms of the additional work and effort that's being made, but I can't think of an organization, an agency that has probably worked harder than SBA. What the work that you all are doing is tremendous in terms of trying to keep our economy afloat. And so I know that tomorrow, I kind of liken it to how we're doing it here in El Paso. We call our Super Seniors Tuesdays when they can register with UMC or El Paso. It sounds like you're going to have a super small business PPP opportunity for those to apply. And so I'm sure Mr. Campos will talk about that as well. But let me just tell you a little bit about Mr. Campos. He did start his professional career with the Small Business Administration in 1985. And some of his duties have included acting district director, as well as the deputy district director, serving as a lead business opportunity specialist, contract specialist, equal employment opportunity counselor, and loan servicing assistant. So I think that whenever you get into a position, you want to say, well, I want to see if I can do a little bit of everything. I think Mr. Campos probably can say he has done it all. Over the years, he has assisted socially and economically disadvantaged small businesses to help them develop their firms to become competitive through federal procurement processes. These companies have benefited from the SBA by receiving business development assistance through capital access, as well as entrepreneurship training and 8A set-aside contracts. Throughout his career, Mr. Campos has assisted these 8A small businesses to grow and achieve over $1 billion in government contracts. And some of these firms have grown so successful that they have been nominated several times by the Hispanic Business Magazine, as well as the top 500 fastest growing companies in the United States. And most importantly, he is a graduate of the University of Texas at El Paso with a bachelor's degree in business administration. So I'm sure UTEP is proud to have you as an alumnus. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the presentation over to Mr. Campos. Let me just bring that up for him. It's a little bit delayed, so I apologize. Okay, Mr. Campos, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be talking about the new economic aid that it was signed in December 27th of 2020. Now, most of the information that you will see here is the most updated information, but what's happening now is within the SBA, they keep updating the information. So the best place to go to get the most accurate information is go to the SBA webpage, sba.gov/coronavirus relief. So because on a daily basis, we keep adding stuff, and so that's where you're going to be able to find the most updated information. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. On the agenda, I want to tell you where we are. I want to be talking about the funding options provided by the Economic Aid Act. I'm going to discuss the loan programs, the grant programs, and of course, additional assistance and resources. Through the loan programs, I'll be talking with the famous PPP program, the EIDL, And of course, the cash advances through the EIDL program now is known as the Targeted EIDL Advance and the Shutter Venue Operator Grants. Next slide. With this new Economic Aid Act, the Congress is providing funding to support the hardest hit small businesses and those in underserved segments, including the women, minorities, and veterans. These are the underserved markets. Of course, the SBA, we've been working very hard. The Office of Disaster Assistance is doing a tremendous job putting out the disaster loans through the SBA for the EIDL program, and of course the lender are doing a tremendous job as well. And this program, it goes all over the nation because the entire nation was declared as a disaster. We're committed to ensuring the programs are launched as quickly as possible to deliver critical economic aid to the America's small business and other eligible entities. Next slide, please. The economic aid, there's two programs. There's the loan programs and the grant programs. Through the loan programs, we have three programs. One is known the Paycheck Protection Program, the PPP. The other one is the debt relief on 7A, 504, and microloans. These are for businesses who have an existing loan guaranteed by the SBA, goes to the 7A program or 504 in the microloans. Is they are getting assistance, and the SBA is paying up to 6 months their monthly payments to cover the principal and the interest. That's one of the benefits. When you go to the lender and decide to get a loan, sometimes the lender will gear you towards to go separate away from the SBA. But when you get a one from the SBA, you will receive these benefits that are available. If it is not guaranteed by the SBA, you don't have access to this program with the debt relief. The other program is the EIDL, the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, which is still in existence and it's going to go all the way up to December 31st, 2021. Now, under the grants program, there's two. The cash advance now is known as the Targeted EIDL Advance. It goes up to $10,000, $1,000 per employee. Initially, in small businesses were receiving cash advances, even though sometimes the loan was not approved. And also the new program is the Shutter Venue Operators Grant as well. Now, next slide. The top takeaways from this new bill passed by Congress is expands the PPP eligibility and how the funds can be used. You can now select the cover period to be between 8 weeks and 24 weeks to spend the money that you receive from the PPP. Offers an opportunity for companies who already got a PPP originally. Now they can go and apply for a second draw of PPP. And this primarily is targeting the hardest hit small businesses. Allows for deductions of expenses covered with the forgiven PPP loan debt on federal taxes. And also we updated and simplified the application form for forgiveness. If your PPP loan is $150,000 or less, you should use the simplified forgiveness application form. Now, 86% of the PPP loans submitted in 2020, there's an average of $150,000 or less. Now, we are no longer subtracting the EIDL cash advance from the PPP loan forgiveness. In 2020, if you got a cash advance for $2,000 or $10,000, that amount was subtracted from your application for forgiveness, and it ended up being a loan for 1%. Now, this time is no longer deducted. Now, next slide. Now, what is a first draw? Now, we talk about first draws and second draws. The first draw is the initial application you submitted in 2020. But if you, for whatever reason, you didn't apply for the PPP at the beginning in 2020, now it's going to be declared as a first draw this time. Now, eligible applicants that did not receive a PPP loan prior to August 9, 2020 they will be getting a first draw if they apply for a PPP right now. The eligibility now includes additional types of entities. We covered eligible expenses are expanded. Borrowers can set the cover period to use the PPP loan proceeds to any length between 8 weeks and 24 weeks. Initially, we thought that this pandemic was going to last 8 weeks, and that's why they set it up for 8 weeks. But we realized that it took longer. It's not going to be done in 8 weeks. So they expanded it to 6 months for the people to spend the money. Now, certain borrowers may request an increase in their original PPP loan amount. If you are in the process, when you apply for a PPP loan for the very first time, and you have not spent all the money yet, and you have not submitted an application for forgiveness, you can go back to your lender and ask them to increase, to see if you qualify for an increase, to increase that amount. Instead of going through the whole process one more time because they already have it there. Certain borrowers may request an increase in the original PPP loan amount, must have been in business by February 15th, 2020. And of course, the due date in this program will expire on March 31st, 2021, and you need to apply prior to this date or until congressional funding is exhausted. Next slide. What is the first draw? Now, the eligibility complies with the size standard. The size standard, we're looking at everything, every program that you apply and go through the SBA, you have to be considered a small business. So that's the main theme for the eligibility. Now, there's new eligible entities that are qualified under the economics aid to apply for the PPP that they didn't qualify before. So these are the housing cooperatives, destinations marketing organizations, certain 501c6 organizations like chambers of commerce, now they can apply, and eligible news organizations as well. Now, still eligible sole proprietors, independent contractors, self-employed individuals, business entities like partnerships, corporations, or LLCs, 501c3s like the profit organization, non-profit organizations rather, and 501c19, the veterans organizations, and tribal businesses as well. They still can apply. Next slide. Now, the second draw, these are for borrowers that already applied and received a PPP loan, but so they can apply for a second draw. But now they have to have 300 employees. Before it was 500 employees, now they cut it down to 300 employees or less and suffer a 25% reduction in gross receipts. Most of the borrowers, the maximum loan amount for a second draw PPP loan is 2.5 times the average monthly payroll, either for 2019 or 2020, and the maximum amount of the loan can go all the way up to $2 million. For businesses who are in the accommodation and food service sector, we identified their principal NAICS code for, it starts with 7.2. They qualify for a second draw, but instead of being at 2.5 times the payroll, it's going to be 3.5 times the payroll, average monthly payroll cost for 2019 or 2020. And of course, the maximum loan amount that they can get is up to $2 million as well. Second draw PPP loan applicants must submit the information on a new SBA form 2483-SD. SD means second draw. That is the form that you're supposed to use for the second draw. And you submit that application through your lender. Next slide. The eligibility for the second draw. First, you must have previously received a first draw PPP loan, but the cover periods cannot overlap. For example, you already use or will use your full first draw of PPP funding for eligible expenses before the second draw PPP loan is dispersed. So if you have not spent all your money yet, you cannot get the second draw automatically until you finish the first one. And so you can utilize the second one. You have no more than 300 employees, but also you need to demonstrate that at least 25% reduction in your gross revenues between comparable quarters in 2019 and 2020. For example, you go back to the first quarter of 2019 and compare it to the first quarter of 2020 and see if you have a 25% reduction. Or if not, go to second, third, or fourth quarter. Or you can go by the full year, the fiscal year ending 2019 or fiscal year ending 2020 to see where throughout all those comparisons you can identify the one that is 25% reduction and use that one. So you can prove that you did have a 25% reduction and apply for the second draw. Next slide. Now the application process is, the first thing you got to do is find a PPP lender. Most of the lenders in El Paso are participating in the PPP program. If you don't find a lender, you can always go and visit the sba.gov/lender-match. This is a list of lenders that are throughout the nation that they are participating in the PPP program. If you need assistance, you can always contact us directly and visit our webpage as well and our local district office. We do have a resource guide, and it gives you a list of all the lenders and also the list of the resource partners. Now, the next step will be you got to complete your application. You got to submit all the supporting documentation that is required by your lender. And also, if you need assistance in compiling that information, you can contact the resource partners, the SBDC, Small Business Development Center, the Women Business Border Center with the El Paso Extension Chamber of Commerce, and the SCORE. And of course, in our resource guide, the information is there, and I will provide you later on in the presentation the information how to get a hold of them as well. And the third step will be once you submit all the documentation and the application to your lender, the lender will submit that application electronically to add it into the SBA portal. Once the SBA checks for compliance, the SBA will issue a loan number. Once you get a loan number, then the funding is going to be provided to you. Now, don't forget that the due date to apply for this program is March 31st, 2021. Unless the funding is exhausted sooner, so then that will be the new date for the expiration of the program. Next slide. Now, the PPP is processed as a loan, and of course they have a maturity up to 5 years. But once you submit, once the money is completely spent according to the requirements, you will submit the application for forgiveness, and the loan will be forgiven 100%, unless you don't spend the money accordingly to the rules. Then you might end up with a little balance that it will be converted into a loan. Now, if it is converted into a loan, it's going to be a fixed interest rate of 1% that is non-compounding and non-adjustable. There's no requirement for collateral or personal guarantees. There's no fee or prepayment penalties. There's a 5-year maturity, but for those before June 5th, it used to be only 2-year maturity. Now, anybody who applied for a PPP loan before June 5th, you can go back to your lender and request to modify the maturity of the loan to extend it to 5 years. The payments start once borrower knows how much of the PPP loan will be forgiven. If it is forgiven 100%, then you don't have to worry about it. But if it is forgiven only 90%, that means you have 10% of the remaining balance that is going to be converted into a loan, and then your lender will notify you when you start paying and how much will be your monthly payment. If you decide not to apply for forgiveness, then your payment will start 10 months after the last date of the covered period. Now, next slide. Now, when you apply for forgiveness, you're going to have to do it through your lender. If you obtain the PPP loan with one lender, you cannot submit the application for forgiveness to a different lender. It has to be the same lender. Now, the updates for the Economic Aid Act, the EIDL advances are no longer deducted from the PPP loan forgiveness. And before, in 2020, we were deducting the cash advances through the EIDL program from the PPP forgiveness. That's why most of the people who receive a cash advance, they ended up with a little balance on their loan, and now they're supposed to be paying it. But this time around, we're not deducting that at all. Now, any expense paid by the PPP loan funds are federally tax deductible, and if you have any questions on this issue, you can always consult with the IRS. Expanded forgivable expenses are permissible for any unforgiven PPP loan. Now, then, of course, we have a new simplified application form for forgiveness. And usually this one is only applicable for loans that the $150,000 or less. Under the CARES Act, forgiven PPP loans are not federally taxable income. So whatever money you receive is not considered to be income, and you don't have to report that in your income tax. Next slide. Now, the economic injury disaster loan, this is actually a loan, and it has to be paid. This one is not forgiven. There's a lot of confusion between the small business owners that they think that everything's supposed to be forgiven. Not this one, not the EIDL. In this particular loan provides economic aid to businesses experience a temporary loss of revenue due to COVID-19. The deadline to apply for this program expires in December 31st, 2021. Now, the use of proceeds is you can use it for working capital and normal operating expenses, such as continuation of healthcare, benefits, rent, utilities, and fixed debt payments. If you have equipment that you're paying equipment is supposed to be paid off in 5 years, you don't supposed to get this money and pay off your equipment. Because now what you're doing, you're trying to refinance the equipment. The requirement is for you to use it as a working capital and make it monthly payments so it can last longer. If you do that, that just, let's say, for example, that you ended up getting $50,000 on the EIDL program, and you have $40,000 debt on equipment that you're still paying. If you ended up using that money to pay off your equipment, you're not utilizing the proceeds according to the rules, and you might end up in trouble with this. Now, the term for this loan is 3.75%, and these are for small businesses. But if you have a nonprofit organizations, then the interest rate cuts down to 2.75%. These loans are the maturity date is for 30 years, and there's no prepayment penalty, and loans over $25,000 must be secured by UCC filing, and the lender will deduct $100 from your proceeds to file the UCC filing in the courthouse. The eligibility, you gotta be a small business, cooperatives and agricultural enterprises with 500 or fewer employees or less. Now, here in the PPP, the new second row, the size for the number of employees went down to 300. But on this particular program, still according to the size standard tables of the SBA, is 500, and you qualify for 500. Now, for the cash advance, also is going to decrease as well, but this one still is 500 employees. If you want to see what size is your particular industry based on the North American Industry Classification System, you can always go to the SBA webpage /size standards, and you will find the size standard table that identifies every single NAICS code with every single size standard. Some size standards are based on number of people, and some other size standards are based on a number of amount of revenues, average revenue for the last 3 years. Okay, next slide. Now, the targeted EIDL advance. The reason that it's called targeted is because some companies already receive a grant, a cash advance under the EIDL program. So now we're targeting all those businesses who receive in the initial funding at the beginning. And we're going to see if they can qualify for us to expand that amount all the way up to $10,000. I know businesses, they only qualify for $2,000. So maybe now they qualify to receive the full $10,000. So we're targeting only those small businesses. There's no action required by you to contact the SBA. SBA will contact you directly because we do have a list of all the people who receive $1,000, $2,000, or $8,000 on the cash advances initially. What this program does with the Economic Aid Act will balance out previous idle advance to the full 10,000 if the business is 1, in a low-income community, 2, suffer greater than 30% economic loss, and 3, has 300 or fewer employees. That is the specific requirement for this. Those who apply for an idle advance but did not receive funds due to lack of funding will receive a full $10,000 if they meet same requirements above and per target idle advance funding availability. Initially, I believe, was $20 billion in 2020. And once the funding was exhausted, even though you qualified to receive the cash advance, you were not getting any advances at all because the funding was exhausted. The SBA will reach out to those who may qualify via email with instructions to determine eligibility and submit documentation. The next slide. The items needed to verify for eligibility: you must submit your 2019 total tax return, your EIN number or your Social Security number, your monthly gross receipts for 2019 and 2020, and completed months in 2021. And you got to confirm the information in your original application that is still accurate, because if you change, now they might end up sending the money to a different bank account. Of course, you must pass the initial eligibility requirements. And of course, this time we're going to be requiring for you to sign the IRS form 4506T. And with this form, SBA is able to request a copy of your transcript from your income tax. And your application will not be completed until you submit this form. Next slide. In the application process, there's only one submission for each targeted idle advance that can be made. There's no reason, if you don't hear anything, there's no reason for you to resubmit the application. Just one, and that's it, leave it alone. Carefully review your bank account information. Ensure information submitted is 100% correct. Due to limited targeted idle advance funds, the SBA will not be able to make considerations. The SBA goal is to process completed applications within 21 days. But the application is not going to be completed until we receive the IRS forms 4506T. Now, if you have any more questions on this issue, you can always send an email to the targeted advance at sba.gov. If you are approved, you will receive an email and, of course, a direct deposit to your bank account with the funds provided. Next slide. Now, for the next program, this is the newest program, is the Charter Venue Operators Grant. This program, the application portal is still not open, but it's going to be a requirement for you to register in SAM.gov. Anybody who does any government contracting, they have to be registered in SAM.gov. The SAM.gov, they will ask you for your DUNS number and your case code. And there's a hot links there that you can go through different application process to get the case code and to get the DUNS number. I recommend to, if you don't have a DUNS number, I recommend to do it through the SAM.gov because that way it's free. If you do it outside and you go to the Dun & Bradstreet webpage, they'll charge you about $500. So do it through the SAM.gov so it'll be free. Eligible entities now for this Charter Venue Operator Grant is live venue operators or promoters, theatrical producers, live performing arts organizations and motion picture theater operators, museums, zoos, and aquariums that meet specific criteria that will qualify, talent representatives, and up to 5 business entities owned by an eligible entity that also meet the eligibility requirements. If you have a company that owns 5 branches, I guess all of them will be able to qualify. Must have been in operation as of February 29, 2020. Venue or promoter must not have applied for or received a PPP loan on or after December 27, 2020. Now, if you are interested in this program, you cannot apply for the PPP for the second draw because it's either the PPP or this program. Next slide. Now, this is a matrix that it guides you what you can and cannot do. It's a very good matrix. For example, if you already receive a PPP loan, can you receive another PPP loan? And it says, yes, you can receive a second draw for the PPP loans. Can you apply for a charter venue operators grant? Yes, you can, as long as the first PPP was received prior to December 27, 2020. Can you apply for idle loan? PPP and idle can be used for the same, cannot be used for the same purpose. In other words, if you identify the expenses that you're paying with the idle funding, you need to identify different expenses to pay with the PPP. Do not pay the same expense with different types of monies. And of course, you can follow through the rest, and it is a very good guide. Next slide. Now, the SBA-backed loan debt relief, this is financial assistance by the SBA for those businesses who already have an existing SBA loan, either a 7A, 504, or micro loan. SBA will pay the monthly payment for 6 months, including principal and interest. So that way you don't have to worry about it for 6 months until hopefully we get a relief on this pandemic. The assistance varies based on when the SBA backed loan was approved and by the type of loan, 7A, 504, or micro loan. Borrowers do not need to apply for this debt relief. SBA provides this automatically. Now, the SBA issue a letter to everybody who has an SBA loan, and you can find a copy of this letter to go to the sba.gov webpage at sba.gov/coronavirus relief. And you will find a sample of the letter, and it gives you all the detailed information and how to apply to whatever type of loan you have. Now, if you still have any more questions, you can always contact your lender with the debt relief questions. Next slide. Now, key takeaways from this economic aid, we have the two programs, the loans and the grants. Well, with the loans, we have the Paycheck Protection Program, the PPP, the debt relief, the 7A, 504, and micro loans, and of course the loan for economic injury disaster loan with a 3.75%. And the grants is we have the targeted idle advance, which used to be the grant, the cash advance, and also the charter venue operators grants, SVOG. Now, next slide. We do have local resources. We have SCORE, and they're located at our office. But right now we're teleworking. It's going to be hard for you to find anybody there. But the best way to contact is just call them or utilize their web page. We have Small Business Development Center. I believe they're doing the same thing, teleworking, and the Women Business Border Center as well. They're housed at the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. These are very good resource partners. We have a very close contact with them, and they do receive funding from the SBA, and the services are free. So any questions or any assistance, you can always get the services free by communicating with one of these resource partners. Next slide. You can keep in contact with the SBA by subscribing to the SBA's electronic newsletter, or you can follow us on Twitter, and you can email me directly to jose.campos@sba.gov if you have any questions, or call me directly to my office cell. But also, if you want to be up to date in the information available, the best place to find it will be on the SBA webpage. For all the programs, just go to the coronavirus relief, and it talks about all the economic aid options. You just select one. Also, yesterday, we received information from the latest changes from the White House, and it's going to be a new gap of time, about 14 days, that establishes for a very small businesses, 20 employees or less. They will have a special time to submit PPP loan application for nonprofits as well. That this is for fewer than 20 employees. Also allow to receive more financial support by revising the PPP's funding formula. So the way the formula is set up now, if you have a small business less than 20 employees, it says, well, you qualify for so much. But now they're tweaking the formula a little bit. Hopefully you can get more money off of that. Eliminates restrictions for owners with prior non-fraud felony convictions. So if you have a felony conviction that is not related to fraud, then you will be able to qualify as well. Eliminate restrictions for owners who have federal student loan debt delinquency and default. Before, if you had a conviction or you owe money to the federal government, especially student loans, you didn't qualify. So now they're making a little tweak and they're allowing you to, that you will be able to qualify for that. It also ensures access for non-citizens who are lawful U.S. Residents by clarifying that they may use individual taxpayer or identification number, so they can apply it as well. Next slide. That's it. Well, if you have any questions, let me know.
Mr.
Thank you.
Campos, we do have a question from Maya Sanchez. I'm not sure if you're still on the line. If you're not, I can ask the question for you. Let me see if she unmutes herself. Okay, so Maya's question, and she's with the.
I'm actually, sorry, I'm here.
All right, Maya, would you mind
Yeah.
asking your question?
Sure. I was approached by a small, it's a very small business who did fill out the lender match section of the SBA website, but received an email, and they qualified in every other regard, at least it appeared. And they received an email that there were no local lenders that responded. Now, obviously, based on this limited information, you may or may not have the answer to this, but I didn't know if this was something that the applicant possibly failed at, or is our area in El Paso seeing a shortage of participating lenders?
Well, we have the lenders that we have. I mean, we cannot compare with Houston or Kansas City or Dallas. There's about maybe 7 lenders. We only have 2 local lenders, and plus the credit unions. And of course, we do have the regional and national lenders, probably a total of 13. When you go to the lender match, you will get a list of lenders from all over the nation. Maybe the local lenders, the national lenders, probably they're included in there. But one of the things that I've noticed is when you go to the lender match is not because you try to reach to a local lender, because we're here. If you want to reach to a local lender, you just call them directly. It's primarily for you to reach lenders from New York, Florida, South Carolina. There's going to be lenders from the outside. That's probably one of the reasons why you don't receive through the lender match, you don't receive any response from the local lenders. That's an option. That's the option. My recommendation is try to, if you're from El Paso, try to reach out to your lender. And if not, you move on to another lender. And if you still can't find any, then go through the lender match. That's what my recommendation would be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Campos, we have one final question. The 14-day initiative for the small businesses, when does that start and when does it end?
It starts tomorrow.
Starts tomorrow. So from tomorrow for the next 14 days. 14
days. I don't know if it is going to be 14 calendar days or 14 business days, but usually they do it for 14 business days.
Okay, and then will the communities be allowed to take some of these slides to present this information to their citizens in some of our communities? Okay,
yes.
Great.
Yeah, you can send it out to everybody.
All right, great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mr. Campos. And I'm sure there'll be some follow-up questions and we can do that through email. So thank you again. Appreciate your time and your effort with what's happening and in today's time with this pandemic. We'll go ahead and move into our next presentation now, and we'll do that. Sorry, I just put myself on mute. So let me go ahead and get his slides up. And so as I'm doing that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce. Many of you already know who John Perkins is. He is our area director for USDA. And for our smaller communities, USDA is such an important agency that many of us depend on, work with. And Mr. Perkins has been a champion with identifying what our needs are in our region. And I know that Mr. Perkins, just to give you a little bit of a information in terms of what are some things that they're looking at. I know it's not specifically on some of your slides, but broadband is very important to all of our areas, specifically rural. And I know that USDA has some programs that are geared towards that effort. And so perhaps in at a different time, we can schedule some time with you to talk specifically about those efforts. And if you're not the most appropriate person, I'm sure that you'll find us someone that we can speak with about that. So thank you, Mr. Perkins, for being with us here today. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you to Robert and Annette for inviting me to participate in this meeting. I have a lot to cover, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Next slide, please. So USDA Rural Development's mission is to assist rural communities in creating prosperity so that they are self-sustaining and economically thriving through investments that create ladders of opportunity, build regional resilience, and support the growth of emerging markets. We have more than 40 loan, grant, and technical assistance programs to support economic development in rural communities. Now, at the national level, our programs and services are delivered through 3 agencies. So we have the Rural Business Cooperative Service, Rural Housing Service, and Rural Utility Service. In Texas, there are 10 areas in the state with a total of 25 offices. Next slide, please. There are 10 areas in the state with a total of 25 offices plus a state office. Now, I have offices in Fort Stockton and El Paso. My employees and I cover 22 counties, including the Rio Grande Council of Governments and the Permian Basin Regional Planning Commission. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the rural development, starting first with Rural Business Cooperative Service, it helps strengthen communities and create jobs by building competitive businesses. Next slide. Business programs provide financial backing and technical assistance to stimulate business creation and growth. The programs work through partnerships with public and private community-based organizations and financial institutions to provide financial assistance, business development, and technical assistance to rural businesses. These programs help to provide capital, equipment, space, job training, and entrepreneurial skills that can help to start and grow a business. Business programs also support the creation and preservation of quality jobs in rural areas. Next slide. Okay, business loans for for-profit businesses, nonprofits, cooperatives, and tribes, public bodies, and individuals. This program bolsters the existing private credit structure through the guaranteeing of loans for rural businesses, allowing private lenders to extend more credit than they would typically be able to. The business does not have to be agricultural related. So that's the first thing to keep in mind. Some of the projects that we financed under the program include hotels in Fort Stockton, Monahans, Andrews, and Big Spring. We've done some oil field businesses in Midland County, Andrews County. Recently, we did a commercial building near the Midland Airport, just to name a few. But pretty much any type of business would be eligible for that. Next slide. Our energy programs offer funding to complete energy audits, provide renewable energy development assistance, make energy efficiency improvements, and install renewable energy systems. You can use it to convert older heating sources to cleaner technologies, produce advanced biofuels, install solar panels, build biorefineries, and much more. Rural development is at the forefront of renewable energy financing with options including grants, guaranteed loans, and payments. Next slide. The Rural Energy for America program, REAP, helps finance the cost of renewable energy systems and energy efficiency improvements for rural small businesses and agricultural producers. The grant will pay 25% of the cost of equipment and installation. Some of our projects include the conversion of old diesel irrigation motors to electric motors to producers in Hudspeth and Culberson counties, the installation of solar panels to businesses in Marfa and Alpine, and energy efficiency improvements to the Tiny Tot Learning Center in Fort Stockton. Next slide. So USDA also helps rural residents form new cooperatives and improve the operations of existing ones. The cooperative programs is the nation's major source for information about cooperatives. Our library of more than 150 co-op publications, many of which are available in hard copy as well as online. They range from basic co-op primers to in-depth reports on technical topics to reports that focus on economic theory. So we do help a lot of co-ops across the country. Next slide. The next agency we'll talk about is the Rural Housing Service. Now, RHS helps rural communities and individuals by providing loans and grants for housing and essential community facilities. Direct loans or loan guarantees help low and moderate income rural Americans buy safe, affordable housing in rural areas. Everything we do is in rural areas. Funds may be used to buy or refinance an existing home, build a new one, or buy and prepare a lot for new construction. Next slide. We provide affordable multifamily rental housing in rural areas by financing projects geared for low income, elderly and disabled individuals and families, as well as domestic farm laborers. We extend our reach by guaranteeing loans for affordable rental housing designed for low to moderate income residents in rural areas and towns. Some of the direct Section 515 multifamily housing projects include the Villa Apartments in Marfa, Mountain View and Manor Apartments in Alpine, and the Big Bend Apartments in Presidio. Each of these have project-based rental assistance that subsidizes the rent. Next slide. We also have loans and grants under the Section 504 program to help rural residents repair, improve, or modernize their homes. Grants of up to $7,500. Actually, Texas is part of a pilot, and we can make grants up to $10,000 for health and safety repairs. These are available for seniors age 62 and over who cannot afford a loan. Section 504 loans and grants are applied for by the homeowner. We also have the Housing Preservation Grant Program that a public body or a nonprofit can apply for. These funds are used to help the homeowner repair their home. Next slide. Loans, grants, and loan guarantees for essential community facilities in rural areas. We give a priority to healthcare, education, and public safety projects. So some of the projects that we've done through the community facilities include the fire station and library for the city of Presidio. We did a county annex for Presidio County in Presidio, the health clinic in Presidio. We did a mini excavator and trailer for the Studi Butte Water Supply Corporation. We've done firefighting equipment for the town of Van Horn. Last year, we used this program to help with a tractor mower for the city of Alpine's airport maintenance. We also have a grant approved for Terlingua Fire and Rescue for an ambulance. Some recent large projects include the City Hall Fire Station for the city of Wink and the medical clinic for Cactus Health in Fort Stockton. Next slide. The next agency we have, the third and final agency, is the Rural Utility Service, RUS. This program administers the much needed infrastructure or infrastructure improvements to rural communities. These include water and waste treatment, electric power, and telecommunication services. RUS helps rural utilities expand, keep their infrastructure and technology up to date, and establish new vital services such as distance learning and telemedicine. Next slide. The electric program provides capital and leadership to maintain, expand, upgrade, and modernize America's vast rural electric infrastructure. The loans and loan guarantees finance the construction or improvement of electric distribution, transmission, and generation facilities in rural areas. The electric program also provides funding to support demand-side management, energy efficiency and conservation programs, and on and off-grid renewable energy systems. Next slide. Under our telecommunications program, it improves the quality of life in rural America by providing capital for the deployment of rural telecommunications infrastructure. USDA Rural Development is committed to ensuring that rural areas have access to affordable, reliable, advanced telecommunications services comparable to those available throughout the United States, the rest of the United States. With this access, rural America will see improved educational opportunities, healthcare, safety, security, and ultimately higher employment. So this includes our broadband programs that you were asking about, Annette. Next slide. The water and environmental programs provides loans, grants, loan guarantees for drinking water, sanitary sewer, solid waste, and storm drainage facilities in rural areas and cities and towns of 10,000 or less. Public bodies, nonprofit organizations, and Indian tribes may qualify for assistance. WEP also makes grants to nonprofit organizations to provide technical assistance and training to help rural communities with their water, wastewater, and solid waste problems. One of the organizations that we have financed is your Communities Unlimited organization. We help pay some of the salaries of those folks. Next slide. So some of the WEP projects include the first time sewer or first time water project for the village of Vinton that is under construction. The Tornillo water project that was recently completed. The Fort Hancock water project that is under construction, and the Balmorhea water project that is under construction. We are also making the emergency grant program available to assist with the purchase of generators for water wells, water plants, what have you. Next slide, please. So this is my contact information. Feel free to reach out with any questions or discuss any projects that you may have. Then next slide. So that's my presentation. Do we have time for questions, Annette?
Yes, sir, we do. You're a godsend. Thank you, John. You got us back close to our schedule, so I really appreciate that. So we'll talk quickly. Marcy from City of Alpine is wanting to know, with those housing programs that you talked about, are those more geared specifically to the individual, or is that are those programs that are applied for by municipalities?
The individual applicant, the family would have to apply. You know, we do look to communities to help us set up outreach meetings, you know, help us reach the folks in the community. We have the program, but we're kind of tied down right now. So any help that cities and counties can give us to outreach those programs would be helpful. But it is the individual family that applies to purchase a home or repair the home. Now, there is the housing preservation grant that a city can apply for. We have many cities that I believe Village of Vinton has had several of those. And you can apply for it. It's a grant. You do need to, you know, try to find some matching funds. But that money can be used to repair homes. And so you basically administer it. You find the families, you take applications, and you repair those homes.
Okay, and we do have an additional question, and that one is coming from. Oh, okay. No, we're good. We're good. I'm so sorry. I think that's what I see in the chat right now. Is there anybody who would like to ask a question? Just go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. I think we're okay for now. Oh, wait. Frank, did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I had to step out for a minute, so it's possible you addressed this, but I've been real impressed with what I've seen from the Western Regional Rural Development Center and their assistance to economic development districts in doing the analysis that helps them develop their economic development plans. I don't know as much about the Southern Regional Development Center, but do you have anything to say about that, John?
I really don't. I'm not that familiar with those. I don't know. Maybe you could clarify what centers you're referring to.
I'll put a link in the chat in just a moment here.
Okay.
Let me go.
And as Frank's doing that, I think that since we do have a variety of urban and rural, I definitely would like to ask John if he would be willing to spend some more time with us in perhaps a different session. We can maybe focus on one of the programs that John spoke about. And maybe John, if you'd be willing to have us, we may want to do one a month just to kind of do a deep dive in these programs, because I think it's we all are aware of them, but in terms of how you actually go from start to finish, I think that would be where we would need more assistance. And so I see that Frank submitted the information in the chat. I don't know if you can see that, John.
Yeah, I mean, we have over 40 programs, so obviously in 25 minutes, I can't really, go into depth on all the programs, but I tried to hit the high points of them, and I would be willing to do something. In fact, that would be really exciting to have something like this and really dive into, maybe one session on just housing and discuss that and because I know housing is a big issue all over. The lack of housing, the housing that you have needs repair. Those are big issues. How do you get contractors interested and, that sort of thing. So that's something that we could cover. We could do another one on just, infrastructure. What can we do about your infrastructure? And we've got a number of programs for that. Community facilities. I've got a number of applications right now for city halls and, various types of community facilities. So we could, spend quite a bit of time on that program as well. So yeah, I mean, I think that's a great idea.
Okay, and Frank, what we can do is maybe we can, I can connect the two of us with John so we can do a deeper dive on the question you asked in terms of the plans and how they compare to the West. Because if there's some things that are going on over there, we definitely would like to see what's happening in terms of your familiarity.
And I understand that the Regional Rural Development Center efforts aren't necessarily limited to their regions. So if the Southern one doesn't do the kinds of things that would be real helpful with economic development, you might be able to tap the Western one. I don't want to step on John's toes, but it was just I was so impressed when I was at a similar kind of session in Utah that was using them.
Okay, well, we definitely can take a look at that and see what might come of it. So thank you, Frank. Appreciate that.
Great.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
And John, it just amazes me the breadth of what all you cover. I thought I had a broad portfolio, but I'm blown away.
Well, that's all I have in that. Thank you very much for letting me present.
Okay, well, thank you so much, John, and we will definitely we'll keep this going and you'll see us often, is what I'm saying. So I think that's definitely going to be a good way for us to go. So thank you again. All right, okay, folks. So now we're gonna move into FEMA, Region 6, and so I'm looking to see if Mr. Montañez, there he is. Okay, so obviously, Mr. Montañez, you have been very busy. You will continue to be busy. FEMA is definitely on point for our discussion in terms of what it is that you all do for our communities, and so I'll go ahead and before I turn it over, just as a reminder, Mr. Montañez is the Deputy Federal Coordinating Officer for Recovery for FEMA Region 6, which is the area that we're in. And so I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Mr. Montañez.
Okay, let me just do a comms check. Can you hear me fine, Annette?
Yes, sir.
Okay, definitely a pleasure to be here. So just to further clarify with the introduction that Annette provided, so I am the Deputy Federal Coordinating Officer for recovery for COVID-19. So it's definitely a larger than what we usually do. I've been asked to kind of lead the federal interagency in supporting the whole region in regards to COVID-19, and there's definitely a specific lens to that. So some of the traditional FEMA programs that you might see after a disaster, a hurricane, flood, haven't really been those large investments of the federal support that I've seen in my operation with COVID-19. But I will provide an overview of some of the traditional programs, and then I'm going to lend it back over to what we're doing with COVID-19. Because we are doing things a little bit differently in order to support, the local communities, the states, the tribes, as well as the other potential applicants of the various federal programs along that federal assistance gambit. So once again, thank you for the invitation. At any time, feel free to use the chat room. I do have it open on the side, and I'll be able to address as they come in. Next slide. So simple mission that we have. Of course, this doesn't speak to our internal agency priorities. Of course, it's extremely vast, but our scope with our Stafford Act, as well as our steady state programs and other types of grants, is focusing on the disaster. So what is it that we could be able to do before, during, and also preventing and mitigating risk for future disaster and risk? As you've probably seen in the media or with your partners, FEMA has been asked to leverage its resources and coordination capability to go into different types of events. So, we participated in the Flint, Michigan event. We're here with the pandemic, so we've kind of been asked to support events that don't go in your natural disaster definition. Next. So when you're looking within the sector of emergency management, we're focusing on 4 different areas of concentration, and that's kind of how we're built as FEMA. Whether it be in headquarters or regions. So a lot of times you'll hear of that initial response as we supplement the capability of states and tribes to be able to respond to some of their immediate needs, then looking at recovery. As we're recovering, how can we build back stronger, better in order to reduce the risk for future disasters? And then just the ongoing training and exercising, planning efforts in order to prepare for future disasters. Next. This is how FEMA is laid out across the nation. We are divvied up into 10 different regions throughout the nation. In particular, for Region 6, we have 5 states geographically, which includes the 5 states, as well as 68 federally recognized tribes. One thing that's very popular and a benefit for FEMA is that when we are supporting an event that is leveraged through the Stafford Act, we definitely have a robust incident workforce that we can pull from that even supplements our steady state capability in order to deliver those resources and coordination support to states and tribes. Next. So I'm going to go into the FEMA programs. I went back and forth with the FEMA programs. I left some of the FEMA programs out because I didn't know exactly where this conversation was going to go. So I definitely do apologize that. The first program I left out was individual assistance. I didn't know if this was the audience for that. For any of these items or programs, if you want greater detail, I will leave my information in the chat box so you can reach out to me. But individual assistance is really looking at the attention of the household, so individual and families. What is it that we could bring to bear as far as helping housing repair, any other unmet needs? It could be medical equipment, transportation, then also temporary housing solutions. That's also under that individual assistance. Next slide. Then we have public assistance. Public assistance is the largest program that we have for FEMA. So whether if it's a small operation or some of the catastrophic, you're going to see public assistance. Public assistance is where we look to reimburse for the repairs made to infrastructure. There's also categories under public assistance to help with debris removal as well as emergency protective services. Next. Public assistance does come at a cost share. So your traditional implementation of public assistance will be a 25 local, 75 federal cost match that can be adjusted if you meet the certain criteria that's listed under CFR. Here are the categories that I have mentioned before. So as you can see, C through G is permanent work for infrastructure, whereas A and B, A is that debris removal and category B is emergency protective measures. Currently, right now for the recent winter storms for Texas, the state is approved for category B. And I believe they're probably going to do further damage assessments to see if it opens up for other categories. Next. Then we have hazard mitigation programs. After a disaster, we have what's called the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, HMGP. There are other mitigation programs that do not need the trigger of a declaration in order to spark, but these are opportunities for projects that it does not need to be impacted by that current disaster, but you go through a benefit cost analysis to weigh out what are the risks that have been identified to see if you can qualify for these funds in order to strengthen your infrastructure, strengthen different facilities with various different types of projects. And FEMA has a library of best practices of different projects, so you can get an idea, when you're working with your constituents to build resilient communities. Next. One of the recent developments with our hazard mitigation grant programs is the BRIC program. BRIC program is pretty much the new pre-disaster hazard mitigation program that has replaced the PDM, which that's one of the first programs I learned about when I entered in emergency management about 15 years ago. Once again, not just looking at how is it that you can build back stronger, but also the capacity building. effort that goes in with the community and the professionals of that community. Next. This is really important. So yes, FEMA brings in a lot of programs to the table, definitely not as extensive as my colleagues in USDA. And I think, Frank, you have mentioned it's amazing how much USDA keeps in their head. I can't keep up with them. But what's really important about FEMA is the ability to leverage the interagency partnerships. We are the sole federal entity that after a declaration, the Stafford Act gives us the unique capability of leveraging any of the federal partners in order to meet an eligible need of that state and tribe. One of the areas that FEMA has to go through as far as protocols is a lot of times, you know, when we're providing aid to local communities or jurisdictional regions within a state, we do have to go through the state and tribe as the main recipient of those programs and that interagency coordination. But there are many players that we bring to bear, especially if you've heard of the emergency support functions. Over the recent years, we've developed what are called recovery support functions. So the emergency support functions are usually leveraged through the interagency partners to meet those immediate needs. But then we have the recovery support functions to look at how is it that we can build back stronger and much more resilient. And also try to see when there's opportunities to expedite recovery. Next. And here I've outlined the various areas that those interagency support functions cover. Most of these various areas are linked to different agencies that FEMA will leverage through a mission assignment or delegate if it's under their own authority. Next. Then the other part that comes into this, and this starts to flow into what we do and what we call the Interagency Recovery Coordination, IRC, is, and let me back channel. COVID-19, the scenario of COVID-19 has leveraged some vulnerabilities as well as opportunities. There's a strong emphasis on the public-private partnership that needs to happen whenever addressing an event. And I'm sure with some of my colleagues that are on today's call, the pandemic has definitely outlined where that part needs to happen in order to really thrive in leveraging the smartest resources to some of the impacts. So here I just wanted to outline that it's not just the federal interagency that FEMA is coordinating, but also kind of facilitating the conversation to see where are some of those existing stakeholders and partners that need to be leveraged to really address what those critical needs are. Many a times when FEMA comes into an operation, we don't have the luxury of understanding the whole background, the makeup of certain communities. So it's really important to rely on the actual community members themselves to kind of have that conversation as to, okay, not just what's eligible under a program, but scoping out projects, looking at where there's interdependencies on different projects in order to strengthen structures and systems. Next. And then that brings it to FEMA and COVID-19. So I know a few of you are part of that partnership that we've created as a result of COVID-19. Next. Back in April of last year, we stood up what's called the Interagency Recovery Coordination Cell for COVID-19. And you can go to the next slide. FEMA had been stood up to work alongside with HHS in order to be the federal leads in coordinating the response to COVID-19. And it's definitely changed a lot of ways how we conduct business. Of course, there's definitely some obvious where we all went virtual. I believe that my technology IQ increased 2 or 3-fold ever since I came into this environment. So we had 2 different levels of coordination. So we have what we coordinate on the Regional Response Coordination Center. This is usually that regional function for interagency coordination that happens before you see field deployment of assets. They're gaining situational awareness of what's happening before they kind of make an operational plan of what to deliver on. So the RRCC for Region 6 might stand up for, a couple weeks before they transition all the coordination and operations to the field, and then the field will take over. In this case, there was a need for that coordination to still remain active to today. So it's definitely been the longest lasting deployment of the RRCC because of the regional coordination that needed to happen, and also looking at the interdependencies of not just COVID-19, but the COVID-19 impact on non-COVID operations. So for example, the winter storm that we just received, as well as the series of hurricanes that Louisiana received. Then the last leg of that is, so the RRCC, they handled the logistic and operational coordination of PPE, visibility on testing sites, the vaccine distribution, everything that was outside of those that upfront critical need fell on my lap, which they called interagency recovery coordination. We're definitely not in recovery, but in order to work with states, tribes, and other relevant stakeholders to kind of posture ourselves better for recovery, that was my my tasking. So we stood up back in April of last year, and my first charge was to make sure I created a communication system to get the supplemental appropriation information out the door. So what was really keen with the interagency partners that we started with is it's going to be overwhelming if we just send everything out the door. So what we did is we created an RFI system. So if there are any kind of questions coming back or just need for clarification or just supplemental capacity in order to research to be able to address a particular need, we created that. What we created in Region 6 actually became a national model. The other thing that we created is in our weekly reporting, we provided updates on what is approaching as far as deadlines. So we look at 30 and 60-day deadlines. And not only did we just provide the resource, but then we also coupled the resource with other additional resources to help you navigate through that resource. So let's say if there's a grant opportunity through EPA, then the other supplemental, the supporting tools might be recorded webinars, it might be access to a toolkit, it might be a POC that can help you navigate through that resource. And at times, it might help with scoping out projects or having best practices on how to maneuver through that resource. Next. And I kind of just focus on there. So the first one I talked about was the supplemental appropriation, getting the information out. Second one is the extra leg of how can we listen to the impacts of health, economic, and housing impacts from the states and tribes, and how can we address them? So what we did is we stood up 3 different working groups, one for health, one for economic, and one for tribal needs. And they're still active now as far as listening to what the concerns are, scoping out particular resources and strategies, and then implementation. The last one is just creating metrics for how we can improve and continue the effectiveness of interagency coordination. Next. These are a list of our partners, which I know is extremely hard to read. But as you can see, when we first came into this COVID-19 arena, we probably had partnerships with maybe about 25 to 30 different partners. Since this COVID-19 and listening to the needs of different networks, we've been able to increase our networks to probably about 150 to 60 different entities. And here are some of the ones from state, tribal, academia partners, as well as philanthropic. And then if you go to the next one, the next page, you'll see the work that EDA has done with its federal partnership in order to build a very robust network across the COGS and EDDs. It's been a phenomenal conversation and just leveraging best practices to do that peer-to-peer engagement across the overall IRC partnership. So one thing that has been important for me to communicate to our members is that the IRC, especially with this COVID-19 footprint, it is not a federal body, interagency body. It is not a FEMA event. It definitely needs to be held by the whole community. And I'm currently working with my leadership to see how we can continue the momentum of this collaboration and conversations for steady state capacity building and resilience building. Next. And if the previous charts were hard to read, this is even much harder. So my apologies. So this is a visual that we developed in our outlook of 2020 to show on the bottom how we move forward through COVID-19. What were the significant impacts and milestones of COVID-19 as we all live this together as a nation? And then above, we highlighted various engagements, collaborative events, different areas, different functions that we activated in order to address those societal milestones, in order to keep the conversation and just be attentive to what the needs were. Next. And then we took a couple of those milestones and we kind of outlined, just provide some particular details. So I've already talked about the National RFI Tracker, the working groups. We were able to leverage different resources to ensure continuity of certain functions. For example, with the Santo Domingo Pueblo and working with EPA to provide gap funding so they didn't lose their function of being able to respond to new COVID-19 cases. We're providing direct engagement with 4 pueblos in New Mexico to help them build capacity of networks as well as grant. Some of the grant requirements, we've developed different deliverables, and for example, the tribal resource guides. And then we've also conducted a 6-part series on various sectors, economic, housing, and health, focusing on recovery, resilience, and equity. And what was really important about the implementation of that speaker series is to ensure that the panel of professionals did not just come from one element of society. So I made sure that every single panel had a representation of the public sector, the private sector, philanthropic, academia, data analytics, as well as tribal. Next. And then moving on to next year, We will be supporting the direction of EDA as they use the economic work group to deliver on an economic recovery series, economic event series, focusing on different events, supporting job creation, supporting continuity planning for small businesses, leveraging resources for economic resilience building with local communities. So there's much more that's coming out of it. And what's great is it's not just, the federal interagency kind of doing an assessment and figuring out, hey, this is what we need to bring to bear. EDA did an amazing job really getting into the local groups to really listen and feel out what are those trends of concerns and needs throughout the regions in order for them to be able to build this event series. So we're really excited for what's delivering there. We're also building on some of the best practices from Louisiana and Puerto Rico on developing integrated behavioral health network throughout the region. We have been working with NTIA to develop an interagency support for building broadband for the years to come. I'm just looking down the list and really leveraging the capabilities of the academia, the academic institutions that are neighbors to many of these local entities and tribes, and just trying to figure out how we can build better networks and partnerships there. Next. And that is all I have. Are there any questions?
I don't have any questions right now in the chat. Is there anyone from the group who would like to unmute themselves to ask a question? I'll go ahead and ask one question. So what do you think, what's the best way for us to work with you? Do we need to set up individual meetings? Is it good to come in as groups since we have emergency management coordinators? What do you think would be best for you in terms of hearing what we would have to say?
So, Apu, I don't want to put you on the spot, and I don't know if you're attending another meeting, but the EDA rep who's been leading the econ working group for the IRC COVID, he's on the line. I just noticed he turned on his video. So could you answer that question? What's the best way for their group to engage? Would it be as a group or as individuals?
Sure, yeah. Hey, Jose, I'm Apu Naik, the Economic Development Integrator for Region 6 for the EDA, and I work closely with Robert Pache as the EDR for your area. And so if you're interested in joining the Economic Recovery Work Group for COVID, you can contact me directly, and I'll include my contact information in the chat. And this as Jose has mentioned, this network has grown. We've primarily focused on economic development districts throughout the Region 6. That's primarily our network is made up of that, along with federal partners. And it's really kind of blossomed into a fantastic sharing of information. At any time, unfortunately, sometimes crises become one of the biggest innovators for thinking outside the box and coming up with innovative ways of approaching recovery. And that has really been the case with our economic development districts and coming up with innovative new approaches to helping for recovery. And so that's been really fun to watch as our EDDs have shared information and shared new ideas and new way of approaching recovery. So I'll include my contact information, and please feel free to contact me to join part of that network. Thanks, Jose.
And thank you for that. I wanted to make sure that it was okay to expand the group. The Council of Governments has been so fortunate enough to participate on these work group meetings, and if they will allow us to expand, we definitely will get you that information, because they really have some great presentations that they're putting together and having some, I think, some really meaningful discussion on how to move forward. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. No, we welcome all of the COG membership and economic development districts. We welcome your participation.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Just to add, another thing is I did put my contact information in there, as well as the other team IRC team email address. If anyone, as an individual or representative of a group, if you have a question about the COVID-19 resources, feel free to send an email to that box. It gets put into our national RFI tracker. So, you know, we have been very been able to address those questions usually within about 72 hours. So anyone that's trying to help out local communities, any other affiliates, feel free to use that mechanism.
Great, thank you. And we do have a question from Brad Newton with the City of Presidio. Brad?
Hi, Gail Napu. Well, I've got y'all's ear. This isn't a COVID-related issue, but it's something that's been going on since the beginning of time, or at least the beginning of Presidio, and that is the availability of accurate FEMA flood maps. The maps that we're working on were actually done before the city was incorporated, I suspect sometime during the 1970s. And so you guys, well, and the importance of those, and I'm sure you already know this, is, you know, you try to go buy flood insurance, and they're looking at these old maps, and so you can imagine what that's doing to the premiums for flood insurance, and of course that is a big deal to, you know, a new business or anything like that, if they're paying premium rates for flood insurance. It's a big hassle. So if you guys get tired of working on COVID and looking to do something else, I appreciate y'all looking into that for us.
No, thank you so much for that. Because once again, that's part of you know, being able to build capacity. I've talked about that a lot with my FEMA colleagues on, you know, you really can't help communities build resilience and build capacity if you don't have a true depiction of what you're dealing with. So there's definitely a concern, and you know, feel free to reach out to me directly and see where there's some possible resources to help out in that area. But thank you.
Okay, and thank you again. I really appreciate it, Jose. I know that you have been very busy, and we appreciate you taking the time to be with us today.
Mm-hmm. No problem. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our next topic. This is, so Scarlett, not to give you any sort of anxiety, but we've been really excited to hear this presentation about broadband credits. It goes without saying that our community, like the rest of the nation, has been concerned with broadband and its ability to reach our most vulnerable communities. And we're all realizing how important broadband is to us, that it touches so much of our lives, whether that's through school, telemedicine, commerce. And so we're really excited to hear your presentation. And just for the group, as a reminder, Ms. Doublechain is the District Community Affairs Officer with the U.S. Department of Treasury, and she's under the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. And so I'll go ahead and turn it over to Scarlett, and I'll be running the slides for you, Scarlett.
Thank you so much, Annette. And I'd like to thank Robert and Annette for inviting me to join you guys today. And like the previous speakers, I have so much information that I could share, but I'm going to try and go through this as quickly as I possibly can. As was mentioned, I am the District Community Affairs Officer, and I work for the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. I work with those banks that are supervised by the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, banks and thrifts that are located in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee. And so I have a wide range of territory that I do cover and a number of banks. And you know, like most of you guys have said earlier, the coronavirus pandemic has highlighted the importance and the need of high-speed internet in both urban and rural areas, often exposing the differences in gaining internet access, how the lack of access can impact our ability to run a business, work from home, educate our children, or even have access to health care. So the OCC, as well as other regulators, have recognized that the America's digital divide, the gap that exists between the quality of access internet, to those that have it versus those that don't. And it is definitely felt more prevalently and more severely in our low-income neighborhoods and rural communities. And so to help reduce the divide, the OCC encourages our financial institutions and savings associations to help finance broadband infrastructure initiatives in communities that are struggling without reliable internet access. So if you go to the next slide, please. In the very short time that I have, I want to cover a couple of things. And I have to admit that I am overzealous when it comes to providing information. I want to try and cram as much as I possibly can within the time frame that I have. So if we don't get to it all, I will have my contact information in the presentation. And because there are a number of things that the OCC does regulate and in fact, and encourage our banks to support, is broadband just being one of them, but disaster recovery. As Jose was talking, I'm working with the Louisiana group, for instance, and how do we get our banks engaged in disaster recovery in the state of Louisiana. So there are a number of items that I could talk about today, but we'll stay focused on broadband. So today, real quickly, I'll talk about who the OCC is, our purpose. I want to throw out the Community Reinvestment Act, what it is, who enforces it, and what impact it can have on broadband as we define broadband today. The regulatory considerations that banks can use to support broadband initiatives. And then I have a couple of examples that I want to go over where we have seen banks partner with localities, states, counties, townships, and utilize federal dollars to help expand broadband access in both distressed and underserved communities. And then the last slide, of course, I want to talk about how you can take action after our discussion. So next slide, please. So the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency is a federal agency, and we oversee the execution of laws relating to national banks, specifically those banks that are chartered by the OCC, and federal thrifts and branches of agencies of foreign banks in the US. It was founded in 1863 by the National Currency Act, and we monitor banks to guarantee that they operate in a safe and sound manner and meet all of the requirements. And there are a number of things that we do have oversight of, to make sure that banks do operate safely and soundly, but I want to focus primarily today on community reinvestment. So next slide. So the CRA, or the Community Reinvestment Act, is intended to make sure that banks are encouraged to help meet the credit needs of their communities in which they operate, including low and moderate income or LMI areas, but doing so in a safe and sound banking practices. The CRA does require federal regulators to assess how well each bank fulfills its obligation in serving the needs of the communities. And we do that by evaluating the bank's performance. We rate the performance, and then we prepare a public document called the CRA Performance Evaluation, which we use to provide the bank's rating on the CRA exam, a description of the bank's community, and the tools that they may use to serve the needs of their communities. And then we conclude on the bank's performance by assigning a rating to the banks. We also, as bank regulators, use our corporate leverage to help the banks determine whether or not they're qualified to open new branches or merge, and the rating on the CRA performance can impact both of those. So next slide. So it's also important to note that there are only 3 federal agencies that evaluate a bank's CRA performance. The OCC, or the Office of the Comptroller, and is one, and the agency, of course, that I work for. And there we have oversight for national chartered banks, federal savings associations. And then you have the FDIC, or the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, which a lot of people basically just understand that they do insure your deposits, but they also do regulate and supervise state chartered non-Federal Reserve Bank member banks. And then, of course, the third regulator is the Federal Reserve Bank, and they are primarily responsible for chartered, state chartered Federal Reserve Bank member banks, in addition to helping us better understand what our economy is. So, but there are some financial institutions that are not regulated by either of these 3 regulatory agencies, credit unions being one. And so CRA does not apply to credit unions. And some of you may also bank with fintechs or online banks. And so some of the fintechs are not all, CRA does not also apply to fintechs. So next slide, please. So when we look at broadband, you know, it's one of those terms that we use loosely, but, you know, it refers to actually the high-speed internet access that is supposed to be ongoing and faster than traditional dial-up access. And this morning I have to question my speed because I was kind of going in and out with some of the earlier presentations, but sometimes I have it, sometimes I don't. But the transition is digital, meaning that the text, the images, and the sounds are all transmitted as bits of data. And there are some standards that the FCC has established, and the minimum standard for fixed broadband is 25 megabits per second, and that's the download speed. And then you have 3 megabytes, which is the upstream speed. So next slide, please. So having to sit on the steps of a library after school hours, or going to McDonald's to get on the internet for school is not an acceptable education strategy. But for many students, this is the norm and was the norm before the pandemic. But since the pandemic, broadband access has become a necessity that many of us are faced and forced to go without. Healthcare, it impacts how we, you know, can have access to our doctors since the pandemic if we're not going into the office. Education, several of the schools had to switch, or most of them at one point were online only. Many other institutions now rely on broadband just to function. And for many of you, and me included, internet has become kind of the lifeline to being able to communicate to our loved ones. My parents don't live in the same city that I live in, and so being able to have access to them via internet is very important. Also being able to order household items or food items, and the ability to work from home. All of that depends on having access to broadband. So it becomes really important, but not just to us as consumers, but to our financial institutions and bank customers as well. You know, being able to have the internet to be able to shift from a branching system to online banking system. We've seen banks, you know, having to go that route. And so, again, having access to broadband is just really important. And the pandemic has helped to highlight how vital broadband can be from an economic standpoint to our small businesses, them having to become more reliant on technology to push their goods or to maybe repurpose what they sell or market their products, being able to accept payment processes. And the line just, I mean, it just goes on and on why it's so important to have access to broadband. So next slide, please. So as I indicated earlier, 5 years ago, FCC set the standard of 25 megabytes per second, and on the download and 3 on the upstream side. So, you know, having access at that speed, and if you are watching any of the commercials today, we're living in the dark ages if we're just maintaining that 3 megabytes upstream, because everybody's pushing 5 megabytes now, so a gig. So, you know, it's a moving target. But even at the 5-year level, there are over 10%, I'm sorry, of Americans don't have access. That equates to about 34 million people who do not have access to broadband. And 39% of them actually live in rural areas. So it doesn't just apply to urban, but to rural communities as well. And just a couple of other statistics that you may not be familiar with, 34% of non-metropolitan healthcare facilities lack sufficient broadband connectivity. Not being able to upload electronic medical records and exchange health information between doctors and pharmacies, you know, it's a burden that a lot of communities are having to deal with. There are roughly 3 in 10 adults with household incomes below $30,000 a year that don't own a smartphone. And the same income level are people who struggle with having access to home computers or using tablets. So it's really impacting our low-income communities, really placing a stress on them. So next slide, please. So despite the importance, as the previous slide indicated, broadband is still out of reach for many households. And so let's look at who is not connected real quick and why. The Brookings Institute does a lot of research on broadband, and just some of their recent reports show that 13.6 million of households are digitally disconnected in urban areas. So again, we often think that broadband is a struggle just in rural communities, but in a lot of our inner city, low income neighborhoods, it's just as the lack or the gap is still is just as prevalent there. They're not connected because cost. It's you know, it's very expensive to have good access. And a lot of the studies indicate that those areas that have high unemployment also have the gap is much wider there because of the cost. Lack of a device. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of people just don't have access to the devices. Need for digital skill training. Even in areas where broadband may be available, a lot of people don't have access to the training that is needed to access or utilize it. And then adults in rural areas are less likely to own the mobile device. That is something that we constantly see as well. So next slide. So improving the digital divide is something that we all need to work on with our agencies. I think there's room for all of us to play. But with the OCC, our focus, of course, is on the financial institutions. And one of the things that we try to get our banks to understand that the work that they can do to improve digital access creates a win-win, not just for the consumer or the community, but also for the bank. Because as a bank with better access, they can reduce their costs. We've seen banks reduce the time in being able to respond to customer needs. Their customer satisfaction numbers have increased when access is more readily available to products and services. They're able to explore new ways to promote fair access and financial inclusions, and to be able to engage maybe even on a wider scale customers, small businesses, by having better access or improving their systems. The other thing that another reason rather for banks to have it is for training. I mean, there's a lot of compliance rules that change, and being able to use the internet to train their employees as well as to hire new employees is another benefit and a win-win for the financial institutions. So next slide, please. So on this slide is a link to a video that the OCC produced that highlights a very short video that highlights some of the activities that took place in Minnesota, South Central Minnesota, where 10 towns and 17 townships came together and improved and developed basically a co-op where they owned the fiber optic network, serving their towns and the people in them, and the banks actually helped to fund this endeavor. And again, it provided a win-win for the financial institution, because then the banks were able to have greater access to broadband as well. So I hope during your leisure, this website is available, and if you'll take a look at the video, you may get some ideas on how you might be able to partner with financial institutions in your areas to do something similar. Next slide. So there are a couple of regulations that support bank financing of broadband, and this is just a couple of the regulations that we always refer to. Of course, the Community Reinvestment Act, and then public welfare investments. And I'll talk a little bit more about them in the next couple of slides. So next slide, please. So as I mentioned, banks are evaluated under the CRA performance, and there are we call them Q&As, but examples. They're basically examples that the agencies help to create an illustrative list of qualifying activities that banks can refer to as to how they may be able to meet their CRA responsibilities. And in that list, broadband and examples of broadband activities are included. And so, you know, it gives the bank an idea of some of the things that they can do and why it would help to increase their CRA performance by helping to provide essential infrastructure. There was some talk earlier in the earlier presentations about FEMA and USDA being able to provide funding for essential infrastructure, but broadband could be part of that essential infrastructure, and banks could help to finance that. Workforce development, being able to fund those internet or broadband programs that help to increase workforce development and education to various communities. Small business development, how does, you know, those initiatives that help to expand small business development, utilizing internet, healthcare. And then lastly, disaster recovery is another area where we see banks being engaged in helping to provide internet access during that time that would help to increase communication abilities through the use of internet. So next slide. So the public welfare investment, and this is a lot on this slide, as a bank, it's something that the national banks would need to be aware of, and it's just another tool that national banks can use to help meet the needs of their communities. And these investments under the Public Welfare Investment Authority must primarily benefit low and moderate income individuals, low and moderate income areas, or other areas targeted by a government entity for redevelopment. And if I'm talking to leaders of towns and cities on this webinar, if you have a plan for redevelopment and it includes expanding broadband or redevelopment, any type of redevelopment initiative, that plan can be a very effective tool in approaching your banks in seeking funding for that type of project. So keep that in mind. But we also we look for those plans in helping to make sure that the activity is actually providing a service or meeting a need. And so we do refer often to the plans that are local government plans. So next slide. So NTIA was mentioned earlier by an earlier speaker, and the organization has assessed that there are at least 100 local broadband programs in development. So that means that there are programs with funding or funding opportunities or partnership opportunities for financial institutions, whether those programs cover your geographic area, is, I guess, one of the things that you'd have to first identify. But if there is a federal program or other financing opportunities that are out there, again, that's another tool that can be brought to your bank to say, is this something you would be willing to work with to help provide financing opportunities? So we had SBA on earlier, and while he spoke primarily about the PPP programs and things that apply to COVID-19, SBA has other programs as well as USDA that can help to expand access to broadband. And so on this slide, we're just listing a couple of other ways that banks have partnered. Municipal bonds, those that are, again, local investments that and a tool that local governments and counties can use. So next slide, please. So maybe hard to read because it's in blue, but here just real quick, a couple of examples that we've seen banks do. We talked about investments and loans, but banks can also write grants and have provided grants to nonprofit community programs to assist low and moderate income individuals to either create a program or internet training program, or to help them enroll for free, covering the cost of just implementing the program, as well as maybe the tuition to participate in the program. Investments in local cooperatives to develop broadband infrastructure. I'll give you a couple of more examples of those a little bit later. And then the public welfare investment that I talked about earlier, being able to create a broadband network of maybe across multiple counties to develop a reliable network that would include low to moderate income census tracts. Next slide. So I want to now just kind of look at some examples of work that we've seen banks be engaged in. This first example is something that took place in Minnesota. Falcon Bank, which is located in Minnesota, made 7 loans to a wireless company, $1.2 million in loans. And they used an SBA 7A loan to serve as a guarantee for that. And what it actually did was provide the build out of a fiber optic cable directly to homes, schools, and businesses, as well as the tower for the wireless internet access. So the results of this was a wireless connection that helped to serve towers for rural residences and businesses. They also provided hotspots in school buses. There were 20 school buses that ended up having hotspots and became mobile modems for students so that they could do their homework. And they actually parked these school buses in certain locations so that even once school was out, the students still had access to the internet. And so the loan also financed the school district's connection, and so that the school had better connection, internet connection. So next slide, please. So this next one is an example that took place in Alaska, First National Bank in Alaska, and it's a subsea fiber cable line. And it also included 2 native tribes as owners of the complex that helped to provide the investment. You partnering with federal funds that the native villages were able to have access to. And before the internet or broadband was expanded there, people on this island had to actually travel to Anchorage to seek medical attention. And so the doctors couldn't consult with other doctors on, the mainland. So it did put a hardship on the people that actually lived on this island. But with this, the funding from the bank, they were able to expand the internet and create these microwave towers that basically turn their lives around by having greater access to the internet. So next slide. So this is a public welfare investment, where the bank actually bought shares in this co-op. And the fund, with the bank having access to the shares and the funding, it provided funds where they could expand the bandwidth to homes, businesses, and healthcare facilities. This was one that took place also in Minnesota. The other thing that I want to point out with this particular example, USDA Rural Development provided a grant and a loan to also make this happen. So next slide. I don't know if you all are familiar with New Market Tax Credits, but that is also another tool that our banks will use to do economic development type initiatives. And in this case, in Ohio, US Bank, through their community development department, used New Market Tax Credits to expand and modernize a broadband network in the rural Appalachia area for residents and businesses. There were 2 community development financial institutions, or CDFIs, that also helped to partner with this deal. And it was one that extended internet by 5 miles, which seems to be a real short span of area, but had a very high impact on being able to expand the broadband network in this rural community. Next slide. So here we have, so I'm looking at the wrong one. This one is in Alabama. And in this particular group, we have Bank United again United Bank in Alabama, that partnered with the local community and to build an ISP connection for businesses. They were, in this particular area, the bank president, because the bank was suffering. The bank did not have very good internet. And so the bank president was looking for a way to expand their internet access, and began to have some conversations in town and realized that it wasn't just the bank struggling, but there were other, the rest of the community was struggling with being able to pay their bills online or just have access. And what the bank realized that by having better access, they could offer then bill pay to their customers. They could better money transfers for their customers. And so the bank partnered with the rest of the funders there and expanded it. So this definitely was a win-win situation for the financial institution as well as the community. Next slide. Electric power bonds is another one. This one is in Chattanooga. And I wanted to include this because most of the other examples were rural communities. This, of course, if you've ever been to Chattanooga, you know that it's a small city with a big heart, but it's not rural. And so here you have a city that was struggling and didn't have any means, but the Electric Power Board in Chattanooga decided that they could be the conduit to help expand internet. And so they began to partner and to look for opportunities. And so they decided to sell electric power bonds. And so the banks played a role by purchasing these bonds and then, of course, creating the resources that the electric company needed to be able to go from just providing electricity to then becoming the internet provider. Next slide. So there are a lot of federal efforts on broadband opportunities. NTIA, if you're not familiar with the organization, I suggest that you take a look at their website. They have just a wealth of information out there on not just what's going on with their organization, but they kind of monitor what's going on in various states. And then, because there is a link to Texas, if you're not familiar with it and haven't taken a look at it. But you could see what other states are doing, what other communities are doing, and always keep you up to speed on what's new with broadband and internet access. And of course, we heard from USDA today, but their Reconnect program continues to make award announcements and resources that are available. You have FirstNet Powers, that's another resource of information. And then there is a broadband interagency working group that often is looking at ways to expand internet and looking at all the federal programs that are supporting broadband efforts. And it's comprised of 25 participating federal agencies. And then lastly, the OCC. We have on our website, occ.gov, the video that I mentioned earlier, but there are also some publications that we've done on how to expand broadband in rural areas and how banks have played a role in that, as well as a resource directory that we have. Next slide. So just taking action, just a couple of suggestions that I want to leave with you guys. Research, there's so much data out there on the levels of connectivity and how to expand access. So do your research, reach out and make contact with other local governments outside, kind of thinking out of the box and outside of your group, seeing what other communities are doing. I didn't have in this particular presentation any examples of how banks have worked to expand internet in Texas, but I'd love to have that example. So if you're aware of one that maybe your community has done, something you have done, or if you can help me create that example, let's talk about it. And then consider your bank options. One thing I always say is that bankers are often the last person invited to the table. The product or the program is often created, and then you want to sell it to the bank instead of getting input at the very beginning to see how the bank might be able to fit into your idea or your concept. And, bring your financial institutions to the table early on, because they may be struggling with some of the same problems that you have, and having greater access to internet, as I mentioned in some of the previous slides, could help them benefit and create a win-win for everybody. So explore your resources, talk to your bankers, and do your research. So next slide. So this slide is my contact information. As some of the other speakers talked about, I could talk about disaster recovery. There's just a number of things that our banks are engaged in. And before the pandemic, we were doing banker outreach meetings where we would invite groups to the table to kind of present information and share with what the banks are doing, and also educate our banks on how they could play a role. And so we have resulted to webinars now to present that type of information, but we definitely are doing it. As an example, I'm working with the state of Alabama right now to do a webinar that's scheduled for March 25th, where we're inviting the banks in Alabama to a webinar to talk about what some of the challenges are in Alabama around broadband, and some of the opportunities as well. So next slide. So I don't know if we have time for questions, but I'm here if we do.
Well, I think that whether we do have time or not, I definitely want to let the group be able to ask a question or two. I'm checking to see right now if anybody has if anyone's going to unmute. I think.
I'll jump on.
Go ahead, Brad.
I'm Brad Newton with the City of Presidio. And even though we've had pretty good strides in having competitive broadband here in Presidio through Big Bend Telephone and FiberLight, what the problem seems to be is the redundancy. Like everything will go up towards Interstate 20, and then a rat will get in the manhole and eat the cable in half, and we're out for 24 hours. So I think that some big picture redundancy might come in handy. You can have all the broadband in the world, but if the rat gets to it, we're dead in the water for long periods of time. So that's my comment about broadband. And then getting off the subject just a little bit, also the Presidio is right on the border, and so we do a lot of business with Mexico, or try to. And one of the stumbling blocks is I guess the international banking between Mexico and the small banks here. And so it's almost gotten to the point, visiting with the bankers and everything, that says, nah, we just don't do it. We'll let somebody else have that. And so that becomes kind of a stumbling block. A load of cows is going to be more than 10 grand, So, yeah. So I don't know if you could look at that. And like I say, we're a small community. We don't have a whole lot of resources or things like that. But I can tell you that if we are intended to grow as the emerging port of Texas, we sure could help, need some help on maybe looking at some of the restrictive things about money laundering. Everybody's a crook, that sort of thing. Maybe with a vetting process of known businesses, that they go through the vetting process once and then they're good. But the vetting process seems to be every transaction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, if you can take a look at that, I'll shut up and let somebody else talk.
I don't know how much help I can be there, because that's kind of out of community affairs for me, the realm of what I do. But I can take this back to the supervisory office. I think you're probably the banks in that area supervise out of our San Antonio field office. And so I can raise the issue with the San Antonio field office.
And Ms. Scarlett, if possible, would you be available to have another presentation for us just to talk exclusively about this topic and maybe expand on some of the programs you talked about?
Sure, most definitely.
Okay. We've got two groups going on. We have Digital El Paso, which is working towards providing broadband for all. And then we've got our rural communities that are looking at broadband as well. So I think that this would be a nice fit because you would have a little bit of a mix of urban and rural as well.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Let me know.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for sticking with us, and the information you provided was invaluable. I know that people would definitely want to be having those slides that you presented, so we'll get them out to everybody.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks. So we are running a little bit behind, but I hope that you all stick with us. We still have several presenters who are going to provide some great information to you. So I'm going to go ahead and move into the next one, which is our U.S. Department of Labor Employment and Training Administration. And I have been practicing in my head, but I'm sure I'm going to say it wrong. So I'm going to try it, Frank.
Okay.
Frank Staluka?
Good.
All right. So Frank Staluka is with Department of Labor under the Employment and Training Administration. He is with the Office of State Systems, and that's with Dallas and San Francisco regional offices. So I think that's a nice base for you, Frank, being able to go to both places. And Frank and his staff they do oversee the unemployment insurance and talent development programs, as well as they provide funds to state agencies to provide these funds in 19 states, which include Texas and New Mexico, as well as 6 specific territories and freely associated states. So I'm going to go ahead and let Frank get into the presentation. I'm sure there's a lot that he's going to provide to us, and I want to give you all an opportunity to ask questions. So Frank, if I can turn over to you, and I'll run the slides for you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm bouncing between 2 screens, so if it looks like I'm not looking at you, it's because I'm looking at the other source of information to make sure I don't miss things. And thank you, Annette. Thank you, Robert, for inviting me to join you today. I've really enjoyed listening in on some of these other sessions, getting some insights, that kind of thing. Particularly in that last presentation, it kind of rang some bells with some conversations I had with the Dallas Federal Reserve, where they had sponsored some research to document things in Texas, where the banks, through, I believe it was their CRA requirements and funding, were investing in workforce development, partnering with some of the local workforce development boards. So that was kind of a nice segue, I thought, into what we're doing here. If we can move on to the next slide, I'll introduce you to the Employment and Training Administration if you don't know us. ETA contributes to the efficient functioning of the of the U.S. labor market. We do this through job training, employment services, labor market information, and income maintenance services like unemployment insurance. But we don't actually do it. We fund states, and through the state workforce agencies, fund local workforce development boards to do a vast majority of that work. So if we go to the next slide, I want to cue this up specifically to COVID recovery, but a lot of what I'll tell you is stuff that we do all the time. So the public workforce system is a vital component to recovery. We have a number of different ways that we work with disaster recovery generally, and specifically with COVID response. We've put an unprecedented, well, Congress has put an unprecedented amount of funding into our unemployment insurance systems and our talent development systems to help states and communities strengthen their economies during this COVID, hopefully soon, recovery time. The funds help individuals, families, and communities recover through the provision of temporary income support, various UI programs, and I'll get into a little more specifics on that shortly. Temporary employment, we'll get into that one also later in the presentation. And then career training and supportive services, which are things that we offer consistently, not just during periods of recovery. If we can go to the next slide, this tells a little about how we do it. So ETA provides the funding and oversight for talent development or job training, job placement assistance, or from the business perspective, hiring, and unemployment insurance, which is a real partnership with the states. And I'll dig into that just a little more shortly. So the vast majority of the funding that we provide goes to state workforce agencies like the Texas Workforce Commission and New Mexico Department of Workforce Solutions. And through them, usually, but sometimes directly, to the local workforce development boards, such as Workforce Solutions, Borderplex, or the Southwestern Area Workforce Development Board in New Mexico. Those agencies, not us, actually provide the benefits and services to workers and to businesses. If we can go to the next slide. Okay, so let me talk a little about unemployment insurance. Here, of course, in Texas, it's administered by the Texas Workforce Commission. In New Mexico, it's the New Mexico Department of Workforce Solutions. I've put their links there. We get a lot of inquiries about people's unemployment insurance claims. And what we have to tell them is, I'm sorry, you have to go to the state. Every state has their own unemployment insurance law. Yes, there's a lot of federal law to it also, but this applies really to workforce development and unemployment insurance. We tell them what they can do with the money, and we have some requirements, but the states, and for workforce development, the local workforce boards really decide what they will do with the money within the parameters that we set. So right now, states are currently operating anywhere from 9 to 11 different UI benefit programs. There's the regular unemployment compensation, which is really 3 different programs, but I'm not going to get into the weeds on those distinctions. That's an employer-funded program that provides temporary financial assistance to workers who are unemployed through no fault of their own and meet the eligibility requirements established by that state. When I say it's employer-funded, it comes from employer taxes paid to the state for the benefits, employer taxes paid to the feds for the administration of the program, and then we grant that money to the states. And it can pay anywhere from 10 to 26 weeks of benefits, depending on the claimant's wage history. So now states are also operating 4 temporary benefits programs to address the pandemic. Something you need to keep in mind is that they currently are scheduled to end March 13th. Congress is figuring out what they're going to do next. The White House and Congress are having a lot of discussions about that. And certainly there will be something that either extends the current programs or replaces them with new programs or extends them but modifies them a little. So we are anxiously waiting to see what Congress does there. But you probably want to keep that in mind, that the current programs end March 13th. And if they lapse and there's not a replacement or extension before then, there's going to be a moment of panic of sorts. You're likely to hear a lot from your constituents about their desperation for income support. We and the Texas Workforce Commission will be scrambling to get any new provisions or extensions implemented as quickly as possible, but sometimes that's a delay. So just wanted to kind of flag that for you. There's also a program to extend benefits during periods of high unemployment. So instead of the normal 10 to 26 weeks, you might add 13 weeks or add 7 weeks, depending on how high the unemployment is. There's also a trade readjustment allowance, which is a special kind of unemployment insurance for people who are certified by the Department of Labor that their loss of their job, their layoff, was because of trade. That is, we have a separate office in Washington that processes applications for those certifications. So if a company is laying off or shutting down, they would need to get with the state workforce agency, the Texas Workforce Commission, to submit an application for trade certification for their workers. And that would, if approved, makes them eligible for actually the Cadillac version of our benefits. And that is unemployment insurance for up to 2 years if they are in training, and we pay for that training. So it's not unusual that people who are unskilled or have skills that are becoming obsolete in the US end up getting an associate's degree or even sometimes a graduate degree during those 2 years. Then we also have our disaster unemployment assistance, which is funded by FEMA, but run through the unemployment insurance program. So we end up with oversight and some technical assistance to help the states implement that. And that's when they're put out of work due to a disaster. And it is, and they're not eligible for regular unemployment insurance. And then short time compensation, otherwise known as work share in Texas. That is when someone is working reduced hours and they're getting a partial unemployment insurance check to make up for that reduction in hours, or partly make up for it. About half of the states in the US have that. Texas is one of them. And we're encouraging states to consider, as economies reopen, if businesses are able to bring back some of their staff half-time or part-time rather than full-time initially, that maybe this could be a tool they could use for that. So that ultimately is up to the state legislature and in discussion with the Texas Workforce Commission on whether and how they do that. But Texas does have that written as an option written into their state law. I mentioned the March 13th cutoff for the current temporary programs addressing the pandemic. There are actually some exceptions where if individuals did not receive all the weeks that they might have for some of those benefits, that might extend a couple more weeks. But for the most part, around March 13th, watch for panic if we don't have something from Congress before then. If we can move to the next slide, this is just an illustration that we provided to the state workforce agencies, the Texas Workforce Commission, to help them navigate who's eligible for which of these many programs when. That's just to give you a sense of how complicated it is, and that only addresses 6 of the programs. So I don't expect you to read the fine print there, but it, to me, is a good illustration if you want to be sympathetic to the folks working on unemployment insurance claims. If we can go to the next slide, I'll start talking about our talent development programs. So I categorize them as in three different buckets. These aren't formal labels for them. Our perennial programs, the ones that are always there, our Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act programs for adults, dislocated workers, and youth. This is funding by formula that goes through the Texas Workforce Commission to the local board, in this case, Workforce Solutions Borderplex. And it supports activities like training, career advisement, supportive services, which will pay for equipment, sometimes for transportation, things like that that are needed. I shouldn't say equipment, because that has a technical definition. Supplies, transportation, sometimes even childcare that is needed in order to participate in the training. Our Wagner Pizer employment service is more of a labor exchange function that is actually helping you find a job. That supports a lot of the online things that that TWC does through Work in Texas, their online system. We also fund senior community service employment programs. This is kind of an on-the-job training for low-income seniors over the age of 55. So if I were low income, I would qualify. And it puts them in temporary jobs in nonprofits, community-based organizations to kind of get them back into the workforce. A common participant in these programs, a common demographic is a widow who was supported or was able to retire while her spouse was using her spouse's income, and now she's widowed and needs to go back to work and hasn't been in the workforce for a while. That's one example. Then we have these, the best way to access these perennial programs and a lot of the others is through what we call the American Job Center Network, what Texas calls Workforce Solutions Offices, where they have people who work with these programs, or at least information and connections to all the different programs and a whole bunch of others. And Texas is really good at leveraging resources from multiple sources to support these programs and support participants in them. I will let Alma Aranda talk about that later. She's the next presenter. So then we also have dislocated worker grants, and I'm going to get a little more into that very shortly. I talked about trade adjustment assistance on the unemployment insurance side. We also have talent development training funds that go with that. Then we have competitive target grants. And typically they vary, they're discretionary. The administration does a lot of deciding exactly what they're going to do with them. Sometimes Congress will specifically authorize specific programs, but they will target either a specific population, such as we have grants for job training for ex-offenders. We have another one for employment services and supports for migrant and seasonal farm workers. We have a variety of things at different times that target different industries, meeting worker shortages, talent shortages in healthcare, construction, IT are the most common. Advanced manufacturing isn't unusual. And you can watch for those opportunities at grants.gov. Those are competitive. They're typically open to workforce development boards or community colleges or other community-based organizations. And if we can go to the next slide. So we have right now, in response to the pandemic, a huge effort nationally through what we call our dislocated worker grants. These are grants that are provide temporary jobs to individuals who've been put out of work because of a national disaster. So we have specifically dislocated worker grants targeting COVID. Congress gave us $345 million for this. States requested a total of 1.17 billion. So almost somewhere between 3 and 4 times the amount that we had. So we've been giving them increments of funding. We awarded 247 million of that so far to 63 grantees across the country. Most of those are state workforce agencies, but they're not limited to that. So you can find the awards listed at that link. And if we can go to the next slide, I'll get a little more into what these are doing. So they provide assistance to unemployed individuals, helping them find or prepare for new jobs in response to mass layoff events, in this case, COVID. They provide funding to create temporary employment opportunities for unemployed individuals to assist typically with cleanup, recovery from whatever the disaster was, and humanitarian assistance. If we go to the next slide, I'll get a little more specific. So the temporary employment, I talked a little about that, demolition, all that. Supportive services with those funds, the state or local board is allowed to pay for things like childcare, transportation, work clothes, safety equipment, books, fees, whatever is needed for participation in the program. They can have classroom or virtual training. If we'll go to the next slide. Then, so the Texas Workforce Commission was awarded almost $40 million to serve approximately 2,000 individuals in this grant program. TWC then awarded funds to 16 local workforce boards, including Workforce Solutions Borderplex. If we actually do have anyone from New Mexico on, be assured New Mexico Department of Workforce Solutions got a proportionately comparable amount of funding. And if we go to the next slide, to tell you a little about what Workforce Solutions Borderplex has done with that, and Alma may tell you more in the next presentation, but they got a little over $2 million to date to serve 110 individuals. As of December 30th, which is the date of the last report that we get quarterly reports from the states, we know that Borderplex enrolled 65 participants as of December 30th. So a little more than half of their goal, and they've got lots more time to serve others. 54 of them are in disaster relief employment. So the most common example nationally of what that means is they're using these funds to hire people to do contact tracing. A lot of other things they could be using them for. That's 15 out of the 54. And then 11 are in other career services, helping them build skills and regain employment. If we go to the next slide. So one example of a competitive or discretionary grant that I was telling you about is a grant that we gave to Motivation, Education, and Training, Inc. It's a National Farm Worker Jobs Program grant. So they target migrant and seasonal farm workers, and they provide them temporary and emergency housing assistance to help them sustain employment or participate in training that leads to employment or to better employment. They have 3 outreach workers at the border in El Paso recruiting participants for their program, providing those services, and there's the point of contact information on the slide. This grant serves a large swath of Texas. It's much bigger than those 3 outreach workers, but that's what is the services they provide right there. I would be remiss if I didn't give a plug for Registered Apprenticeship. Registered Apprenticeship is, in general, just does not get the respect it deserves. Most parents try to get their kids to go to college. Some kids, college is a good option, but apprenticeship is a way to get to a career that can earn as much or more than college graduates do and not accumulate the debt that college students typically accumulate. It's an industry-driven, high-quality career pathway where employers can develop and prepare their future workforce and pay them while they do. The apprenticeships include, of course, a paid job. They are employees while they're training. It includes classroom learning and work-based learning. They come out with credentials that if it is a registered apprenticeship program, they are nationally recognized credentials, and it provides mentorship. We have funded, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we funded the Texas Workforce Commission to do a lot of things that support apprenticeship programs. Hopefully, Alma will be able to talk a little about what's happening locally with that. And I just want to point you to the link at the top of that. Oh, I didn't move down to that slide. That's because I added this slide after I sent it to you. I'm sorry. I will put this link in the chat. You can learn. There we go. So www.apprenticeship.gov. It's pretty simple. Lots of good information there. And our Office of Apprenticeship has some great advisors that work with employers who are interested in setting up an apprenticeship program. And then I also would be remiss, I didn't put this on a slide, I'm sorry, but if I didn't mention the David L. Carrasco Job Corps Center there in El Paso, one of the better Job Corps centers nationally. If you go to www.jobcorps.gov, you'll learn a lot more about Job Corps, but it is, if you're not familiar with it, it's a primarily residential program that helps severely disadvantaged young people to obtain a high school diploma if they don't have one yet, get training in a trade to get them started in a career. Many of those trades are registered as pre-apprenticeships, so they have kind of a leg up on then getting into an apprenticeship job that will get them better credentials and pay them better while they're doing it. And the contact for the David L. Carrasco Job Corps Center, I am also copying into the chat and sending that right now. Jorge Pedrosa, he's the center director there. So Carrasco has 3 different trades that they offer. They train people in HVAC, in welding, and in security and protective services. If you know a young person who might be eligible for Job Corps, who's not interested in those, you could then look at the Gary Job Corps Center, which is in San Marcos and is the largest Job Corps center in the country. So it draws participants from really all over the country, but especially all over Texas. And the Roswell Job Corps Center in Roswell, New Mexico. A lot of other career training programs available at those centers. Now, if we can go to the next slide. These are just some of the resources and tools that I wanted to make sure you had access to. So for state unemployment insurance information, that's operated by the state. What we tell you about unemployment insurance is less helpful probably than what they can tell you. So you want to go to those links for that. You can get national unemployment insurance information from the Employment and Training Administration's website. You can get more information about the COVID dislocated worker grants I talked about there. If you're interested in the competitive funding opportunities, you or a strong connection you have is at a community college or other kind of community-based organization and wants to run some of these programs, you can compete for grants, watch grants.gov for those opportunities. And then to find any kind of our clearinghouse for any services, whether it's for businesses or workers, is www.careeronestop.org. And having said that, I'll put up my contact information and take any questions.
All right, sorry about that. Do we have any questions for Frank with DOL? I see one that just came up on the chat. I'm sorry, I'm going to my computer. Give me 1 second.
How much of the training is going online lately? There's a big push to provide most of the services that we offer through what I call American Job Centers, Workforce Solutions offices in Texas, where they're providing career counseling, case management online, and they're emphasizing the online training programs. So there's a lot there. Alma might be able to talk about what that looks like locally. So we'll queue her up for that. But we're really working to help states make better use of that, and even doing online internships and things like that. So how is COVID affecting the Job Corps centers? So Job Corps is not actually managed out of my office, so I can't get into real specifics on that, but they were basically shut down for quite a while, reopened in a limited capacity. You'd really need to reach out to the contact at the Carrasco Job Corps Center to find out how they're doing there. And again, that would be Jorge Pedrosa at 915-633-0999.
And Frank, I think we have one more question that's coming from Marcy. Do you see that in the chat?
Yes. She asked how much of the training was going online. I addressed that. Didn't know ETA existed. I didn't know ETA existed until very shortly until they hired me to do some consulting work about 25 years ago. Launching great. Thank you, Maya. I see your comment. You're working with Workforce Solutions Borderplex to launch a mobile office. They'll be presenting at your council meeting this evening if anyone is interested. Great. And she included the link. Thank you, Maya.
And Frank, with the programs that you mentioned, are they primarily going to be programs that DOL offers that goes to the state to the Workforce Solutions Borderplex, and then out to the community? Or are there some programs where you can apply directly to DOL?
So there are some. It's a minority of them that you can apply directly to DOL. And if you watch www.grants.gov on, I think it was on the slide right before this one, that's where you would see announcements of those. That's, in case you don't know, that's kind of a central clearinghouse for federal funding opportunities. So you could put in search engines. If you put Employment and Training Administration, you'd see ours. But there are also opportunities. If you actually do training, you might be eligible to get on what we call the eligible training provider list. That's operated by the state. Alma might be able to talk to you a little about how to get on that list. And then participants in our Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act programs would be eligible to participate in that training, and the local workforce board would pay their tuition and maybe some supporting services. That's so locally driven. The local workforce board sets priorities and things like that, that I don't want to say anymore, but hopefully Alma can address it. Alma, I hope I'm not putting too much on your shoulders here.
We're good. I do see, real quick, Brad, do you have a question before we move on?
Yes, sir. Frank, enjoyed your talk. I was wondering, getting folks licensed to operate water systems and sewer systems and things like that, to where there would be some opportunities for on-the-job training if we selected that path. I was just wondering how much of their apprentice pay is covered. Is it just like a minimum wage job, or is it more of a livable wage?
So they're typically more livable wages.
Sorry.
That the employer would pay them as an apprentice. There, as I mentioned, we gave Texas Workforce Commission some money. I don't have the numbers in front of me to support these programs, but they're more often doing things like covering the cost of the classroom training that goes with it, or the buying the safety clothing, things like that, providing transportation costs, those sorts of things. Again, TWC does that, but they do it through the local board. So you would want to talk to Alma about if you have something specific that you want to ask for help with.
Well, and I'll go ahead and, not that you have the answer for this, but living here on the border, a lot of these guys, you know, it's kind of English as a second language. And then they go to TCEQ to take a test, and it's in English. And, you know, the average score is 28, 30. Right. So I was just wondering, and I've waved this flag for many years, but it certainly would be a benefit if that some of these testing from state agencies were either in English or Spanish. I think that the grades would go up significantly to have that training available.
Right. So a couple of things I can say. Again, it's more up to the state how they handle that. But at the American Job Centers, the Workforce Solutions offices, one of the required partners who has to be there or have connections to their services there is Adult Basic Ed, that does a lot of ESL kinds of training. The testing and all that comes under a completely different purview, though, again, controlled by the state, though, in almost all cases.
Right. Well, thanks for your time, Frank.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you again, Frank. Really appreciate it. And I think you have definitely queued Alma up to have a really great comprehensive presentation on Workforce Solutions Borderplex. I know that Alma probably was going to give you a little bit of a one-on-one on Workforce Solutions, but what Frank has been able to do is provide everyone an understanding of what DOL offers on a macro level. And so Alma's going to drill down to what's being offered here locally.
Yep.
And so Alma is our yes, I think you are ours, Alma. She's the Director of Programs at Workforce Solutions. And so a position that she's been in recently. And so prior to that, I would like to consider her a data guru. So she has lots of information that she can assist you with on various topics. And so I'll go ahead and turn it over to Alma to give her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really excited to tell you guys what we're doing. As I mentioned, at a more localized level, but thank you, Frank, for giving that overview. And definitely we're going to align our presentations. It looks like we almost did it on purpose. Next slide, please, Annette. Okay, so just a quick introduction for those of you who aren't familiar. We are the Workforce Solutions. We are Workforce Solutions Borderplex, and we are one of the 20 workforce boards in Texas. And so, as Frank was mentioning, basically, most of the time the funding goes from the federal level to the state level to the local boards, and we are one of the 28. And you can see on this map in this illustration, geographically, we're also one of the largest boards in Texas because our area is quite vast. We cover 6 counties: El Paso, Hudspeth, Culberson, Jeff Davis, Presidio, and Brewster. And our primary focus is to provide workforce training and employment opportunities across various sectors throughout the 6 counties. Next slide, please. So the way I kind of picture us is we are a connector. Our mission is actually to sustain employment through to expand economic development opportunities here in the state, and of course for our nation, and then kind of really delve into that at a regional level. So what we do is we do a lot of collaborative partnerships, just like we do with the with the NET and the COG, but we work with school districts to give them information and also help develop that pipeline. We work with colleges and universities, vocational training partners too. And then of course we have a really, really great relationship with our regional economic developers. Coincidentally, we're also one of the few boards in the nation that are co-located on a military base. So that's a huge thing for our area, that connection that we have with Fort Bliss. Along those lines, just really quick, we are mandated to serve special populations. So a lot of the populations that Frank was referring to, MSFW workers, youth with barriers, reentry, all those things. So we have really succinct and distinct programs for them, but really, again, focusing on the employer needs. And the way that we do that is we really delve into a lot of labor market data. We have an amazing research team. Our CEO likes to call our premier analyst one of the best in the state, because she can really kind of go in there and take a look at a lot of information. And we share that information not only with employers and economic development partners, but actually with the schools, even at the K-12 level. It's really important for them to just kind of see what's going on. And as you know, in Texas, especially under House Bill 5, 8th graders are already making a decision of what endorsement they're going to pursue at the high school level. So that information is really, really important. And of course, we just make the data digestible depending on the audience, right? We don't want to bore them with just a bunch of charts. So that's one of the services that we provide to employers and our population. We do a lot of marketing for talent. For employers, we assist them with job postings, talent sourcing, candidate screening, pre-employment assessment, and actually ongoing training. One of the things that Frank talked about, we call it formula funding under the Workforce and Opportunity Investment Act. It allows for incumbent worker training. So if you're an employer that needs to kind of upskill, we're definitely willing to take a look at that and see what we can do to help you. Because if it's just, especially now in this new world of work, ongoing training is really vital for the businesses to be able to sustain. And I'll get into that a little bit more. And then also, we do go after a lot of incentives and grants just to kind of see what we can do to help the community throughout the regions. And so we are very aggressive in our grant applications, but we also we try to go for private grants as well. So we have a blending of formula, government initiatives and grants, as well as private. Next slide, please. And this is just a sample. This is like really basic labor market information that we provide. And so we have a monthly report that goes out, our labor market report. And this is so if you're interested, you can just put and you're not getting this report already, just please drop your email in the chat and I'll make sure that you're on our list to get this information. So one of the things that we look at, of course, is the labor force, unemployment, and employment rates. And we look at both numbers. It's really important to also kind of know, without taking too much of a deep dive into the data, going down that rabbit hole, what we look at is also the labor force in addition to the unemployment rate, because sometimes with the unemployment rate, it only accounts for those people that are actively engaged in job search. So what we see sometimes happen is that there's a lot of people who give up after a while, or maybe they're working part-time. And that's not necessarily counted in the unemployment rate. So it's really important for us to look at both the labor force and the actual employment numbers. And this is just a sample of what we do. We always measure against what was happening last year. So you can see the latest data that I pulled, or that we took a screenshot of, was for December of 2020 in the first section of the table. And then of course we're comparing that to the month before and then the year before. But you can see we look at it from an MSA level to a county level, and then of course at a state level as well. Next slide, please. And this is just kind of a further dive of what we also do. We kind of go in and explain to make that information a little bit more digestible. Explaining again like what the labor force is, and what that means and how we're tracking that. And this is just like another graph that's sometimes a little bit easier to read, just to kind of show you where we're at. So you can see from a percentage standpoint, sometimes it doesn't seem like there are huge differences, but when you look at the unemployment rate for, let's say, last year, it was over 13,000, And right now we're over 30,000. You can see those big differences. In last month, you know, it was a little bit higher. So those are all the things that we can also we take a look at on a continuous basis. And next slide, please. But then we also customize data. This is a sample report of something that we did for Jeff Davis and some of the key stakeholders there, as well as the county judge. So we have the ability through some analytics software, and then again through some research, we can go into see what industries are in your area, who are the employers, what's the job growth look like, and really kind of break that down so that we can get to a very granular level. With some of the outside counties, the rural counties, sometimes it's a little bit hard to get to the city level, but we can kind of more or less just provide you with some insights. So we're always available to provide, and this is all for free, customized research. And this is really beneficial. We get a lot of schools that request this. We get a lot of partnership entities that request this, even economic development partners. By utilizing the data, sometimes it just really makes their grant application stronger. So we're always open to provide that, and you can make that request again. You can send me an email, and I'll put some information in the chat as well. But just wanted to make sure that I touched on that a little bit. Next slide, please. So one of the things, of course, right now, with everything kind of going on, is addressing the business, the implications for businesses in regards to COVID. So something that's really important, and I wanted to kind of share with you all so that you can share with your constituents and businesses in the area, is that there's a program called Rapid Response, and this is actually a federal program as well. And we have a rapid response unit, and it's exactly that. It's really kind of meant to go and provide assistance and provide advice to an employer that's about to lay people off. Now, if it's a big employer and they're laying off more than 50 people, then they have to comply with some federal regulations and provide it's called a war notice. But it's not exclusive to only large employers. In fact, we work with really small employers, micro small employers. But just to kind of be able to go in and talk to their employees who are about to be laid off works really well, because we are able to talk to them about all the services that workforce can provide. But also this program has layoff aversion benefits as well. Especially right now with COVID-19, this funding provides us the ability to try to get the employer to move more into remote work and maybe avert some of those layoffs. So that's a really great resource that I wanted to touch upon. We also have Texas put out COVID-19 training grants. So they were able to use some of the federal money in what they call a statewide effort. And they allowed us to apply for what they call skills development. And so any Texas business that was impacted by COVID can obtain some of these grant funds to train employees or hire new employees in response to the pandemic. So what we saw a lot was, for example, in the manufacturing side of it, you remember in the beginning, there was a lot of manufacturers that were pivoting and trying to kind of produce some COVID relief healthcare type of medical device or things like that. But even on the logistics side, for e-commerce and telehealth, those were all new training that some employers wanted to provide for their current employees, or maybe because they were pivoting, they needed new employees but needed to train them. So there's funding for that. And that funding is continuing. That it's called skills development, and that's just something that we can always partner with an employer to kind of try to do, in addition to the incumbent worker training that I was talking about. And what we're hearing a lot from businesses and even just from our training providers is that part of the recovery effort will be to go digital. What COVID did, is really accelerate the acumen and the need for technology. I think there was a lot of areas in our region, especially, that were a little resistant and maybe reluctant, and maybe it's just a lack of of resources or knowledge of how to get that going. But really what COVID ended up doing is accelerating that, and we had to just do a lot. And of course, you know, there's a lot of pros and there's some cons with that. As you heard earlier, you know, the digital divide is a huge concern for our area. And there is definitely at a local level a lot of discussion on what we can do with that. And I'll talk about that a little bit as well. One of the things that we were able to do with private funding is in a partnership with Microsoft, we decided to start a pilot program called Digital Transformation. And basically what we ended up doing is we hired business consultants that had that kind of IT acumen to be able to consult a business, but also a marketing thing. Because what we saw, especially in our region, is that the majority of the employers, up to 70%, are small to micro small employers in the service related industries. So from an economic standpoint for our region, that was really detrimental when COVID hit and they were not able to maintain open, and we knew that the recovery was going to be really, really tough. I mean, we were able to do some quick assessments, and we found out that a lot of these employers were still operating sometimes on a cash basis or did not have any kind of digital presence. So it's just really important for us to kind of see what we can do. And then that pilot just caught on fire. Once we were able to start talking about this program that we were doing, the city and the county ended up providing us some additional funds to help employers through that. And so basically these consultants will work on a one-on-one basis, identifying digital needs and coaching the businesses through the implementation of what they need to do to scale up. Because even post-COVID, the reality is that the consumer experience is expecting something completely different. People who never order online had to order online. And now there's an expectation that, you know, people want to do that. And sure, you know, we might crave as a society that interaction and that intermingle, but really businesses are going to have to be able to do both. Next slide, please. So again, just kind of really quick, our digital solutions program, you can see some of the stuff that we are providing employers with, you know, the cloud-based workflow, CRM, e-commerce, digital marketing. And then of course, we didn't want to just kind of put a Band-Aid over, you know, this issue, but kind of not only help them survive through COVID, but thrive through COVID, because we knew that that was going to be part of a economic recovery strategy for them, and also help people get back to work. So the sustainability factor was providing them training so that they can kind of sustain on their own. And it's just been really successful. And again, because of Microsoft, most of the training that we're using is LinkedIn Learning, but it's not exclusive. And Microsoft, you know, encourages us, whatever the employers need, you know, we can use that funding for. So, you know, this is still ongoing. So, you know, in the rural counties, you know, if you're interested in any of that, or if you want a presentation only on the digital solutions program, we're more than welcome to do that for you. Next slide, please. And again, just a little bit of a deeper dive. I don't expect you guys to read all of that right now, but I am more than happy to share the slide deck as well. One of the things that we actually came across is 70% of the businesses that we worked with did not have a website. Some of them had a web page, but not an actual interactive website. Or some of them thought they had a website, but really they had a Facebook page. And it was just one of those things that was really, really important. Just to kind of make sure that, you know, and again, teaching them how to use that was definitely a challenge. But what we found is, you know, people who might have not had that digital literacy skills were really able to kind of do something. I mean, what we found was that the community as a whole, the business community, very resilient, and that was really great. Next slide, please. So just to give you a little bit of stats, again, I cannot highlight this program enough, only because it's catching a lot of attention, even at a national level, which we're very proud of. But This program launched in by the time we got all the funding and everything going, we started probably in the summer. The big key here was, aside from the consulting, what we found is it's great to be able to consult and provide the training for the business, but what we also found out is a lot of the businesses did not have the resources to buy the equipment. And so through blended funding, we were able to actually buy businesses up to $4,200 of equipment to integrate that technology and those solutions that we were talking about. So from the fall to the end of December, we helped actually over 160 local businesses. And we break that down also for specifics to see if any of them are minority owned or veteran owned and so on and so forth, are certified as a hub. And this program is still ongoing. Through extended grant, one of the grants that we, because of the successes of the program, El Paso County did extend us additional monies to carry the program through the El Paso County through September, but I still got Microsoft money, which allows me to extend to the rural areas through April. And right now we are submitting another grant right now to the state to just really focusing on the rural areas. If we get that grant, it'll be exclusive to the rural areas. So again, if you're interested in this, we can definitely offer up. And I did put some links. Obviously, we're not going to go through them right now, but I just wanted to share with you that the local, there was a document from the Council of Mayors at a national level, and different mayors and tapped into workforce boards and just to kind of see what they were doing for economic recovery strategies. And El Paso Workforce Solutions Borderplex was selected twice, and this document's actually going or went to the White House already. And Digital Solutions was one of the programs that made it to its way. Next slide, please. So some of the services that we offer, I just kind of wanted to talk to you about. Really important, and Frank talked about it a little bit as far as like the training that we fund and things like that. Every year we're required to do a regional target occupations list. And so we take like all the occupations, and occupations have like certain codes assigned to them and industry codes, and we crunch all that data and we say, okay, what are the target occupations that we want to focus on for the region? And primarily what we look at is we want to make sure that the methodology that we apply is that we want to make sure that it has 10%, at least 10% or more growth over the next 10 years. The way we see it is if we're going to invest money in training, we want to make sure that it's sustainable. But we also don't want to look so far ahead in the future that there's got to be jobs now. So we want to make sure that there's at least 20% annual job openings and growth. And then of course we actually want to make sure that there's a living wage, and we use the MIT living wage calculator for that methodology. What we found, and this was kind of guidance to our CEO, the target occupations list wasn't sticking so much, in the brain, but once we started calling it the hot jobs list, everybody started remembering that. And so that's something that we offer, and that's on our website. But if you want a direct link, I can provide that as well. There was a comment that talked a little bit about our mobile services, and this is just a quick picture, but I'll get into that later. The other thing I wanted to tell you about is also with job fairs. There are a lot of job openings right now available, and I know it's a little bit harder to navigate with COVID, with everything going on. I mean, we're still, the pandemic and the crisis is still very real, but I want to assure you that there are a lot of employers that are doing a lot to be very safe, and there are job opportunities right now. And one of the ways that we help people connect with those jobs is through job fairs. In the past, of course, we would like rent out these huge spaces and have these mass job fairs. But one of the silver linings, I guess, with everything kind of going on with COVID, is we were able to transition to virtual job fairs. And this has been proved really, really successful. In the past, maybe we could do a couple job fairs a month, and now we can do a couple a week because it's we were able to purchase a platform that's just kind of really, and literally employers can set up virtual booths and people walk through the virtual booths. It's a whole other new thing, but for anybody who's interested to utilize that platform, we share our platform. We share our platform with with different entities as well. We know those platforms can be quite expensive, or learning how to navigate them. So if you have any kind of community event and you want to try out that platform, please contact me and I'll get you connected to the people that can do that. Next slide, please. The other thing I wanted to highlight is that Texas Workforce Commission actually procured and is offering metrics learning. And this is really, really valuable. We understand with the mass layoffs that occurred and everything being in transition, the skill sets that are going to be required now of our job seekers it's going to be a little bit different. We're calling it like cross-functional skills. So before it was like hard skills and soft skills, but really what we're looking at is you got to do a little bit of both, especially in some of those most impacted industries like service industries. It's really going to be that kind of skill set. So training up or skilling up, as we call it, is going to be really vital. But Texas has this metrics learning system that's for free, and it's available to anybody in the state of Texas. And if you're interested, or if you want a little bit more information, again, we can customize presentations for you as well. I know I'm going through a lot of information quite quickly, but I just kind of want to give you an overview of everything that we're doing. But literally, I cannot think of one training that somebody might be interested that's not on metrics. And again, this is all for free. There's over 5,000 training courses, and some of them are actually pathways with certifications and so on and so forth. I mean, and you're talking everything from like how to use a computer to being a coder. I mean, there's even a pathway if you want to be a CEO. It's just that kind of broad range. So we're really excited and making sure that everybody knows about this training program. Next slide, please. And Frank touched upon this a little bit. Through our formula funding, we do have specialized services for those that qualify. And I won't get into the particulars of the different grants right now or programs, but basically the benefit of going through that qualification process to come into our system is what we call a program participant. And this is for the individual, is that they get assigned a personal career navigator. And this person's kind of like a career coach. So they come up with an employment plan, whether that's training, on-the-job training, a combination, work experience, including support services. Frank touched a little bit upon like, sometimes you need childcare, or sometimes you need a uniform, or things like that. And so there's so many things that can kind of go into support services. It's really important to connect people with that. In fact, there's even, depending on which program you're in and what you're eligible for, there's also like what we call needs related payments. And what we've done in the past is like, for example, if somebody cars break down and we know that that's going to be a barrier for them to get to work, if they qualify, we can even possibly help pay for that repair. So the support services in these programs are really, really what kind of sets it apart. So it's what we call a wraparound service, just to make sure that that person's successful. Of course, we pay for the training and the scholarships, as long as the training that you're interested is on that hot jobs list. And again, that's because we want to make sure that there's upon exit of training that you're able to find a job, and that's really important. Some of the other, and I mentioned such as some of the support services. Now, sometimes we have people that have gone through training and just need to pay for the testing or that certification. We can do that as well. Interview attire, so on and so forth. Frank talked a little bit upon reentry. People coming with maybe that might have a criminal background. There's actually a bonding and liability insurance program for that. It's called Work Opportunity Tax Credit. So we can help with all of those things. Next slide, please. And this is just something I wanted to give an example. So as as you heard earlier, we were a recipient of the National Dislocated Worker Grant, the COVID one. And one of the things that we did, I mean, we did start off with the contact tracers, but we're definitely getting what I feel is very creative and innovative in in helping with the fight against COVID. So we partnered up with one of our regional hospitals, University Medical Center. And for the vaccine project, we were able to provide them with 21 nursing students and 17 medical students to actually help administer the vaccine. And that was for their first phase of the vaccine project. They're one of the mass the mass vaccine sites. What we also discovered during that collaboration is that the vaccine project actually is going to take a lot of administrative work. So we were able to go into our unemployment insurance claimant list and find people who had a certain kind of background. At the time, that employer was looking for people with administrative skills or medical assistance. And so we were able to, through this funding, get 14 UI claimants to actually work now at UMC with the vaccine project. We're doing the same thing with Texas Tech. And right now we're actually working with some rural community areas to do the same thing for vaccine support. So, we're getting a lot of interest from smaller clinics that are going to be doing the vaccine. So if you know of any organizations that need that kind of assistance, we definitely can help. This grant allows for temporary employment. That's humanitarian to kind of, it has to be related to COVID, but then of course it has the training components also, and those don't have to be related to COVID, so long as they're on our hot jobs list. Next slide, please. And this is, again, just the Solutions Crew Fleet. This is the one I wanted to just give you a little bit more information. Right now our services are two of our American Job Centers. Those are primarily, what we call our job offices, where we provide the services to the community. We're doing both. We're doing a hybrid of in-person and of course virtual. We never stop providing services. We just have to do it virtually. But we also understand, that not everybody has access to virtual services. And that's something that we're concentrating on very much. And so, again, our Layla, our CEO, is very agile, and she quickly pivoted to find funding to create these mobile offices. So we're calling them the Solutions Crew Fleet. And you can see they're just like little trailers that we can hitch up to like pretty much any car, and we can go to the community and provide those services. So these are some locations where they're interested, and we have some commitments. But anybody in our 6-county area that needs us to kind of go out there. I mean, of course we're following CDC guidelines, and we can set something up and provide those services as well on site. And that way that person isn't limited to only going to our offices, and that's really important in the rural area. And that's kind of really an overview. Next slide, please, Annette. An overview of everything that we can do. I mean, that's probably not everything, but I know that's a lot of information, but I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Alma. Let's see. Do we have any questions from the audience? I know that just as an FYI, there's already some collaboration happening, Alma, where City of Las Cruces is going to be taking a look at what San Elizario is doing with their mobile unit. So that's exciting to see. Anyone else with questions for Alma with workforce? Okay, and just as an FYI, folks, Alma, if you don't mind, just a quick plug. I know that the youth program is going to be ramping up soon. Do you want to just briefly just touch on that?
Sure. So we do have a youth program where we look at youth to place with employers. It's really important. We know that it serves twofold. It helps the employer, but more than anything, it helps that youth with an opportunity to earn wages and get really meaningful work experience. Last year, we were able to fund about over 300 youth through various pots of money, and we placed them in programs. And some of those youth actually in Presidio, in fact, started with the youth program, and they were hired as directly even after the youth program. So if there's any community organization or employer or just anybody that's interested in that, or if you know a youth that would be interested in that, that is definitely coming up. We're already starting to ramp up and look at that. And and then not only that, in our youth, just to kind of be, let me just kind of backtrack. We call youth, the way WIOA defines youth is ages 14 to 24. So you could have, you know, these are really good opportunities for college students as well that might qualify. It's just that kind of broad range. So really great opportunities. And basically what we do is we'll find a job for the youth and place them, and we pay the wages. And that's why it's really a win-win for everybody. So definitely we know more information on that. We also have a program for youth with disabilities, you know, and even just adults. That's a special population. We know when you're looking at unemployment rate, that's definitely a population that has more challenges when it comes to employment. Sometimes it's, again, lack of resources maybe that the participant has or the employer, but there are phenomenal programs that assist with that. If the employer needs to provide some technical assistance and equipment, we can fund that. And same thing with the participant. If they're looking for work, we can find a place to place them at as well.
Well, thank you so much, Alma. I really appreciate it. And thank you for taking the time to be with us today. So we're down to the last two presenters. Thank you so much, ladies, for sticking it out with us and for the audience as well. We're now going to bring up Chandra. And I think, Chandra, you're okay now. Does it seem like your internet is working okay?
For the time being, yes. I wanted to say hi so you could all see what I look like, but I am going to turn my camera off to hopefully make it through the presentation. I live in an area apparently where broadband is still a pretty big issue. So I hope to hang with you guys. If it gets really bad, we'll let Roxana go, but I appreciate the opportunity to be here and I can't wait till we get to do these things in person again.
Yes, definitely. And so as you all can see, Chandra Eggemeyer is with the Governor's Office, Economic Development and Tourism. And so if by some chance Chandra does come off, we'll go through a few of the slides and then we'll go ahead and move on to Roxana. But we're going to keep our fingers crossed, and I think it's going to be okay, Chandra. So I'll turn it over to you.
Sending all the good vibes my way. Next slide, please. A little bit about the Governor's Office. As you all know, there's a lot of stuff that comes out of the Office of the Governor. And today we're going to focus on mainly economic development and tourism and kind of delve into some business and community development stuff and then some financing that's available through the state. So a little bit about me and what I do specifically. I'm Chandra Eggemeyer. I cover the 80-county region that our office calls the West Texas region. I live north of San Angelo, between San Angelo and Ballinger. And on a normal year, I would be officing out of my car. I spend most of my time driving and visiting with economic development corporations, directors, county judges, mayors, companies, anyone that would like to visit with me. So that's normally what I do. Obviously, we've kind of been grounded for a bit. I do have an office location in Roscoe, which is west of Sweetwater, but truthfully not there very much when we're able to travel. There are 5 regions. There's 5 of us out in the field that do what I do. And on a side note, if you ever need presentations, representation of the Governor's Office at meetings or anything to do with economic development, please reach out to me. I'm happy to do those. Obviously, we'll be doing them virtually for the time being, but I am available to come and do presentations for your economic development corporations. A lot of times I get asked to meet with companies that might be interested in locating in your town, or maybe it's a local company that wants to expand. And so just know that I'm available as a resource, and I'm always very happy to help with those projects. I'm happy to meet with prospects with you and let them know what we have available on the state level. So just keep that in mind. Next slide, please. As far as the breakdown of our division, economic development and tourism, there are about 80 employees that work on these particular issues in the Governor's Office. There's obviously other things that come out of the office, but this is where I'm housed with we call it EDT. And today we're going to focus specifically on business and community development and economic development finance. Everyone always asks, tell me about the money and the programs that might be available for economic development projects. Those other 4 divisions also are housed with me: Texas Workforce Investment Council, the Texas Music Office, Travel Texas, which may ring a bell for a lot of you that are involved in tourism, and Texas Film Commission. And those are the folks that will put out the film-friendly workshops. The Texas Music Office is similar as well, but they will help get your communities designated as tourist destinations and let people know that you are music friendly or film friendly, and that's a whole other workshop for another day. So if at any time your communities are interested in that, we can certainly help get you some more info on it. Next, please. Our mission is to market and promote Texas as a premier business location and tourist destination. We help facilitate new jobs and investment through the location, expansion, and retention of national and international investment. We administer many of the state incentive programs for business and community development. We provide business assistance, exporting products and services to international markets, and there'll be a little more about that later. We serve as the central source of economic research. We actually have staff that can do a variety of research projects if that is something that you might need or have questions about on certain industries. And we try to establish strategies to address economic growth in targeted industries. And we're going to talk about those industries a little bit, what trends we're seeing and where we think things are going. Next slide, please. Business and community development. This is where I'm housed. We're kind of honing in on that. Specifically, we help with the business recruitment. A lot of times our office is the first point of contact for companies that are trying to find out about Texas and the cities within Texas, and they have questions. The regional offices, you saw those earlier. Economic research, every now and then we get some questions regarding very specific information. For instance, how much wind energy is Texas producing, or some oil and gas numbers, or any other numbers like that. We are able to provide some research on those. Marketing and promotion, we will participate in normal years. There's a lot of trade shows that will reach out to the companies that might be wanting to come look at Texas. And so we have staff that participates in those kinds of trade shows and represents the state. Business and retention and expansion, we do have resources available for that. If you've ever wanted to look at a business retention expansion plan for community, reach out to me. We actually have a pretty thick guide on how to do that. Small business and permit assistance is another service out of our office. We filled a lot of phone calls from businesses that have questions, whether it's businesses from other states, other countries wanting to move to Texas and don't know where to start. And then also existing businesses, we can contact our office to get information. As technology continues to change, things change with businesses. We've had, as an example of one thing that they helped with, we had a restaurant that actually wanted to hire a robot server. And so there were some questions, believe it or not, regarding food handlers, permits, and how that would work. And so we get some really interesting things come through our office, but just know that we do have staff that can try to help assist businesses in questions. And then international trade. We do have international staff that speak a variety of different languages and filled a lot of calls from companies and countries that are looking to relocate to Texas. Next, please. The other division that we're going to touch on, just because I think this is one that a lot of people have questions about, is the economic development finance guys. We call these staff the bank, and they administer the programs that actually have some money. We will touch on these a little more in more detail, but just so you know, these are the programs that the economic development finance team will help administer and answer questions on. And if there's anything, like everyone else, we have a lot of programs and we could talk all day about it, but I just want to do a brief overview for you. And it's my understanding the slides will be made available. So if anything, I just want you to have these to hang on to. And as we look at them, if questions come up, definitely reach out and I'm happy to help in any way I can. Next, please. This is probably one of the most useful slides. You're going to get a lot of questions probably in your leadership roles of people asking, well, what kind of incentives are out there? So this is pretty much everything we track on one page, and we are over the next 3 slides going to jump in those in a little bit more detail. But this is it pretty much. We also have this on our website as a document of Texas incentives. Some of these incentives come out of our office, and then we also try to list other incentives from other state agencies, such as the Skills Development Fund with Texas Workforce Commission. And so we will work hand in hand with communities to help identify if these are a good fit. You know, sometimes there is a fit for a company that is looking for incentives, and sometimes there's not. But it's our job to kind of get more information from you and from companies and try to match them up with anything that they might be eligible for. Next, please. Here's where we're going to go in a little bit more detail. Community incentives. We always say economic development primarily happens on the local level, and that's going to be through your local government, through your local economic development corporation. And so you guys know what kind of tools you're willing to work with and extend to companies, but these could include property tax abatements. You might be willing to waive permits and do local cash grants. I've seen a lot of creative things happen over this past year with economic development corporations that are trying to help their existing businesses. But these are, you know, this is where it starts, to be honest, and this is where it happens, is on the local level. As far as tax incentives, here's just a list. I don't want to bore you by going into each and every one of those. Each one has a little blip out the side of it, so you can just kind of see what that program might be. But if any of those are interesting to you, or you have more questions or think it might fit your situation, please let me know and we will be happy to get some more information for you. Texas Enterprise Zone, or Texas Enterprise Fund is separate from Texas Enterprise Zone, believe it or not. That is two separate programs, and that one does come up a lot, but we'll talk about that, I believe, in the next slide. Next slide, please. Grants, tried to put them all together for you on one page. The Texas Enterprise Fund, this is the fund that's often called the deal closer. Just keep in mind for the Enterprise Fund that if a company is inquiring about it, they cannot have announced that they are coming to Texas yet. You have to be competing with another state or country even. It has to be a company that's trying to decide if they want to open a facility or possibly even expand in Texas or another state. So this fund is made to make Texas appear more, or actually to be more competitive. This is, again, kind of the last resort deal closing fund. So I get companies that will call and say, you know what, we've decided we're going to come to Abilene, Texas, for example, and we want to know about Texas Enterprise Fund. Well, if they've publicly put it out there that they've already chosen Texas, the Enterprise Fund is out. So just keep that in mind as you think about that fund. And if there's any questions early on in the process, we're happy to talk to you about that and kind of explain that more. But that's probably one of the most talked about funds that you will hear about. Again, Skills Development Fund, that's some funding that's available through the Texas Workforce Commission to help with labor training. Self-Sufficiency Fund, this will help TANF families. Governor's University Research Initiative, this was some legislation that was passed, and it will help universities train and bring researchers from all over the world to Texas. We've had some of those go in my region, I know recently, to Texas Tech. They go statewide, so if there's questions on that, I'll be happy to talk to you about that later. Texas Capital Fund, actually, I probably should update this, and Roxana might be able to mention it later, from TDA. That's actually being revamped right now through the Texas Department of Agriculture, and hopefully maybe by the end of the year, we'll kind of have some more information on what that's going to look like. But we do visit with people and let them know, you know, that there are some potential resources with other agencies. And then we also have Cancer Prevention and Research General Obligation Bonds to try to fund opportunities for promising cancer research. And then the Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant Program is another grant program that's administered out of our office. Next, please. Financing. These are some of the programs that come out of our bank guys over there. The Texas Product Development Small Business Incubator Fund had not been utilized very much until this past year, to be honest, as companies started feeling the pinch and things started getting pretty rough with COVID. We started to see more applications and interest in this fund. A note I will just say is that at this point, it needs to be companies that can provide 3 years worth of financials. So we get questions sometimes if we can help up with startups and whatnot, but we will have to have usually 3 years of financials. And that also goes for the enterprise fund as well. So if you have companies that are contacting you and you maybe have questions about the company or trying to get more information on them, sometimes our research team can help with that as well. Just a couple of other financing programs there that aren't utilized as much, but do house under the bank. Next, please. We've seen, believe it or not, quite a few expansions and relocations in recent times, even as recent as last year. We just really didn't know, as many of us did not know what 2020 was really gonna end up looking like. And surprisingly, it's probably been the busiest the governor's office has ever been. And next, please. To put this in perspective, for fiscal year 2020, our fiscal year starts on September 1st. And so this was a pretty normal year, so to speak, since it did start, in September 1st of the previous year, so about 6 months before the COVID crisis hit. So we had what we call 196 total prospects developed. What this means is that these are projects that contacted our office either directly or referred to us from communities that were working with them and that we tried to track. And so that was, pretty average. It picks up usually toward the second half of the year because some of these projects take an entire year to develop or longer from start to end. But to tell you, the surprise has been, we kind of expected as we've gone into fiscal year 2021 for things to really slow down and maybe not shut down, but we just thought there would be a significant drop off in activity. And when this number comes out next year, I would not be surprised one bit if we aren't doubled the prospects that developed into Texas. And we're going to talk about why Texas, but one of the determining factors definitely has been the COVID crisis that we've been in. A lot of states, I know there's been frustration in Texas, and all of us, we're tired of it. It's frustrating. It's been incredibly difficult. But a lot of states looked at Texas and apparently approved, the businesses within those states approved of how we handled the crisis, and it drove up our inquiries dramatically on people. California, you keep seeing in the media and the news, is one of those. They are coming to Texas in droves, and so that was a bit of a surprise to be this busy. Next slide, please. Why Texas? I'm gonna kind of back up now and just kind of talk about why, aside from COVID, why businesses were already looking at Texas. And this is some good information for you. If you're trying to talk to a business that maybe just doesn't know everything about Texas, this will be some good slides for you to have. Next, please. One of the most appealing things is that we don't have a corporate income tax and no individual income tax. And so that's very appealing for businesses. We are your leader in job growth. We are the nation's top exporter for the 18th year in a row, and you can see the numbers there. We're the 9th largest economy in the world, ahead of Australia, Mexico, South Korea, and Russia, if we were a nation. And then we have the 2nd largest civilian workforce in America, and we rank #1 in the nation for foreign trade zone activity. So that's just a few of the reasons, and we'll kind of jump into those real quick. Next slide, please. One of the things is the skilled and growing workforce. There's just a few numbers on that, but it's always funny to say U-Haul saw more incoming one-way truck rentals to Texas than any other state in 2016, 17, and 18. They were coming to Texas. Now, Florida beat us last year, but we hope we're back on track to be #1 again. We don't like being beat in anything in Texas, as you know, but that just kind of shows you that people are paying attention to Texas and that they are coming as fast as they can. Next slide, please. And workforce is one of the driving factors in that. Some of this, the workforce development program I've mentioned before, we have availability annually for training. This is a huge plus for companies that need help training their employees. They will actually fund training for existing employees or their supervisors to help train new hires. So this is a very important program that comes out of the Texas Workforce Commission, and the businesses have taken note of that. Next, please. Education, here's just some numbers that if you ever are asked to share, you have access to those. But in 2020, our high school graduation rate was tied for the 3rd highest in the nation. And we have 28 blue ribbon public schools in 2020. And we have more public high schools ranked in the top 100 than any other state in the nation. And then there's just some other numbers. A lot of our universities continually receive recognition in publications and among the top 100 in the US. Next, please. Higher education. Over 4.6 million of Texans 25 years or older hold a bachelor's or higher degree. And so this is just a little more ammo for you there if folks are asking about what kind of workforce we have and how educated they are. These are some numbers that you can certainly share with them. Next, please. A little bit more on education, just K through 12. I'm showing them how many public schools we have. And there you can see that number is increasing. The graduation rate has increased every year. And so we're still working on that. Next, please. Very quickly, the infrastructure is a very big deal in Texas. This is just a nice slide that can show someone looking at the state number of airports. 26 of them are commercial airports. How many miles of freight rail? We have more than any other state. We have 16 seaports, and 11 of those are deep seaports. And we have 313,220 miles of public roads connecting Texas, more than any other state. And in 2018, we were given an A+ on our infrastructure score. I know being in local government, it feels like we don't have great infrastructure. Sometimes we get yelled at a lot because of our roads, but we actually are doing okay compared to other states. Next, please. Texas ports of entry. Here's all of our ports of entries on one map for you, just so you have that. And again, it kind of reiterates that we have more miles of public roads and freight than any other state. Next, please. And our seaports, we in our area don't really get to deal with those much, but it is important when you have cargo coming in from the rest of the world. Then we have foreign trade zones. Those are marked there on the map for you. And I believe I have a couple that might be in the works as well. So hopefully I'm going to get to see a few more of those pop up in West Texas. I don't know if Brad Newton is still on from Presidio, but I think you guys might be looking at something like that. But hopefully we will see some more pop up in the western half of the state. Next, please. Hey, Brad. And airports. Here's our 26 commercial airports and 380. The state's 2 largest airports are DFW and George Bush in Houston. And they were ranked, DFW is ranked 2019 Global Airport of the Year. And we also have 2 intermodal facilities at the Alliance Airport, Fort Worth, and San Antonio's Port San Antonio. Next, please. International trade and foreign direct investment. Just touch on that real quick. I wanted to mention to make sure that y'all knew that we actually have a State of Texas Mexico office. That is a group that contracts out with the state of Texas to represent Mexican or Texas interest in Mexico. And so what they do is work with companies that want to possibly locate to Texas. And so that's just a resource we have available. So if you have any questions about that, keep that in mind. We have staff that can help work with that. There's sometimes people feel there's some barriers there, whether it's language barriers or whatnot, and we actually have staff that can help facilitate those meetings and let those Mexican companies learn about your communities. We're still the #1 exporter in the US for 18 straight years. There's you some numbers there. Mexico, we've already mentioned them. Canada, Brazil, China, and South Korea are our top export markets. Next, please. Just a few of the international companies in Texas. Some of those probably look familiar, but we are the largest destination state for foreign investment ranked by capital expenditure. Next, please. Just want to mention this low tax burden again. That's one of the #1 reasons why people are looking at Texas to relocate their business. And this will kind of, the next slide I have will kind of show you what that means. We can go ahead to the next slide if you don't mind, Annette. This is a good one. If you have companies that are asking questions about the business climate comparison, you can see right there, no business income tax rate. You can see what California's is. There's talk, actually, I think it's gone up then. I think it's higher than 8.84, and there's talk of it going up significantly. So this is just a nice one pager to kind of show people, you know, what our cost of doing business is compared to others. Next, please. And here's a list of Fortune 500 companies that have their corporate headquarters. We have 50 so far, and I anticipate we will have more in the coming year. Again, busiest we've been, so it's been exciting to see what all's coming in. And next, please. Quality of life. I mean, we all know we live here, what it's like to live in Texas and why we love living here, but just a slide to highlight the sports and the parks and recreation and the fact that you can afford to have a home in Texas. There's just a lot of reasons that are appealing to workers and families when they come to look at where they want to be and where they want to spend their time when they're out of work. And next, please. Awards and accolades. It's not just us bragging, I promise, from the office, from a marketing standpoint. We are being noticed by other entities as well. And these are just a few, this slide, and then next slide, please, Annette. Just a few of the awards that Texas has received, and we take these very seriously. We just won the Governor's Cup for the 8th time in a row. We just submitted our information, and we expect to win it for the 9th time in a row. So these are things that keep popping up on the radar, people that are looking to relocate to Texas. So it helps to come across as not that we're just bragging, but it really helps to see outside entities that will also, you know, confirm that we really are a good place to be. We're gonna, the next slide, please. I don't want to, unless you have specific questions, next, please. I just wanted to highlight the top industries in Texas. You're probably aware of a lot of these, but I wanted you to have these slides again for reference. And I won't bore you with reading through every one of them. I want to be aware of time and allow time for questions if there are any. But just keep these in mind. That these are our top industries right now. And as far as aerospace, I've got Blue Origin out there in Van Horn. And so I'm really excited to see what's coming out of that and the connections and possibilities in El Paso for training and whatnot. So we hear a lot about SpaceX, but I've got another one out here in West Texas, which is excited, is very exciting to have in my region. So a lot of cool stuff coming, a lot of opportunity out there for students that may want to stay and work in that. So just keep that in mind. There's some other statistics, aerospace, aviation, defense. Next, please. Auto tech and manufacturing. We've got 541 automotive companies. You can see the numbers there. In 2019, we ranked as the #2 state for transportation equipment exports with a value of over $15 billion. And we ranked #4 nationally for automotive manufacturing establishments. With our connections with Mexico, with the corridor, it really helps these industries. It's very important. So I want to just give you some numbers there on the auto tech and manufacturing. Next, please. Biotech and life sciences is huge in Texas. We have the world's largest medical center, and there's some numbers on the annual research and development. 7 medical schools are in the nation's top 100. We've got a ton of clinical trials underway, 2nd in the nation. A lot of people, you know, may not think of that automatically when they think of Texas, but here's some numbers to back that up. I know in El Paso, you guys are very strong in this, and so we just want to put that out there so people really realize what's going on. Next, please. Information technology. This is another one of our top industries in the state. We've led the nation in high-tech exports now for the 7th consecutive year. And so we are seeing more and more of this. Again, I mentioned California earlier. A lot of these companies are taking another look at Texas, and they're getting here as quickly as they can. So we could expect that industry to continue to grow. Next, please. Renewable energy. Here's just some numbers on that. If you ever need more specific numbers on any of these, we can get that from the research team for you. Out in my area in West Texas, around Sweetwater and out toward the Permian Basin area, lots of wind turbines. Solar fields going in everywhere. And so that's actually one of our top energies industries as well. And so if we were a country, we would rank number 6 globally for installed wind energy capacity. And next, please. And of course, I had to mention the big one here, oil and gas. I think we all knew that one, but here's just a few numbers to back up that industry. We lead the nation in oil production, petroleum refining, and chemicals production, and we're a global leader in the closely related petrochemical industry. So just a few numbers and economic impact and job impact from oil and gas. Next, please. I did want to do one slide. Next, please. Over the COVID response and resources. Again, pretty much any of these could have been their own presentation, but we just want to put it out there that that bottom link there, the gov.texas.gov business coronavirus, there's all the resources there. I'm pretty sure all of you are familiar or have referred people to that, but just keep that in mind there. We continue to do small business webinars. Those are normally held in person, but we've had to go to the webinar format. We do those very frequently. We've got another one coming up next week, I believe, over PPP, and we've had over 20,000 people log in and participate so far. So we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to help small businesses try to determine answers and answer questions on business permits and anything else that comes in. Next, please. And that's it. I apologize, it was kind of fast and touched on a lot of stuff, but mainly I wanted you to have these slides for resources, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Well, thank you so much, Chandra. Really appreciate that. Was a wealth of information. I would ask for these smaller community, or for any of the communities that are on the webinar today, it kind of looks like they could possibly take the format that you have for the state of Texas and make that personalized for their communities. They can use that as their portfolio for economic development. Is that something that you all have done in the past, or what recommendations would you make for smaller communities taking what you have to offer and how they can try to use some of your services?
Sure. For the smaller ones, obviously the larger folks have, entire economic development staff, but a lot of times I have counties that don't have even one person devoted to that. And so I will work with the county judge. I can work with cities. If you feel comfortable taking these numbers I presented to you and presenting them to prospects or to members, you're free to do that. Or if you'd rather I do that, I'm happy to do that. I can't stress that enough, that I'm available to do presentations, and normally in person. I really miss seeing everybody. So I don't mind traveling. My job is to travel, so don't feel bad. And if I'm driving 6 hours to see you, that is my job, and I can't wait to get there again. But just know, as far as a resource, I'm happy to come do that for you, with you, help answer questions that you may have on some of the numbers I presented today. And then also you can email me if you have specific questions or need documents. Maybe there's a good chance we have those, and I'm happy to provide them if you need them as backup. But I guess the takeaway is, if you have any questions, call me and we'll find out the best way to help with the situation you're working with.
Well, thank you so much, Chandra. Really appreciate it. Anyone else before we move on, if we have any questions for Chandra? And just so you know, I think there are many agencies, but definitely this one is on the top in terms of road warriors. I mean, I could definitely recognize that you all are probably feeling some angst not being able to get behind the wheel, because you all are driving many places very far for a 45-minute meeting, but you realize how important that is to have that face-to-face connection. So thank you, Chandra, for doing that.
Absolutely. Thank y'all for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, folks, so we have saved the best for last. How's that, Roxana? I'm setting you up. We've got our last presentation, and that's going to be from Texas Department of Agriculture. And again, for our smaller communities, this is a program that we know very well. I think that most oftentimes we think of TDA in relation to our Community Development Block Grant program, but they do have a large component for economic development. And I think that is definitely an untapped source that we can definitely utilize. And so Roxana Newton, who is serving as their Economic Development Project Coordinator, is going to talk about the programs they have to offer from TDA. So Roxana?
Thank you, Annette. I don't know if I'm the best. That's a hard act to follow, following the governor's office. But I'm happy to be here, and thank y'all so much for sticking around. I know it's been a a packed day. So as Annette said, my name is Roxana, and I'm the Economic Development Project Controller for the Texas Department of Agriculture. And what that means is I help coordinate the economic development activities initiatives across our department. So similar to the governor's office, if you or any of your colleagues or communities have questions, or if you need any help navigating the resources or identifying industry data, feel free to reach out to me and I can help make those connections and provide you with that information. Also, some exciting news today. I have my colleague, JD Lawrence. He's on the call or the presentation as well. He's y'all's new regional rep for the Far West Texas region, and he is based in El Paso. He started in December, I believe, like right before Christmas. So he's getting to know everybody and getting to know the area, and we're really excited to have him on the team. And I'll share his contact information at the end of the presentation. So first slide, please, or next slide, please, Annette. So the Texas Department of Agriculture has 3 divisions. The Agriculture and Consumer Protection Division primarily handles inspections, which includes licenses, produce inspection, weights and measures, and pests and diseases. The Food and Nutrition Division manages a significant amount of federal funding for the child and special nutrition programs for the state of Texas. And it also manages several programs that support healthy access to food. My favorite is the Farm Fresh Network, which is a really easy program to navigate, and it connects local producers across the state that are interested in selling to their ISDs. And then we have the Trade and Business Development Division, which is where I sit along with JD. Next slide. So within Trade and Business Development, or TBD, we have 3 primary teams. The Office of Rural Affairs, which manages programs to support community and economic development, including our rural hospitals. The Marketing and International Trade team, which supports companies interested in doing business domestically and internationally. And then our Grants team, which handles programs that impact all of our focus areas, including economic development finance. During this presentation, I'm going to focus on the most relevant programs to this group, but if you or anyone in your community has questions, feel free again to reach out to me, and I'm more than happy to go into more detail about any of the programs. Next slide, please. So I briefly wanted to mention the State Office of Rural Health, or SOAR. We all know that our healthcare system did bear and is still bearing a tremendous amount of stress throughout the pandemic. Throughout the pandemic, the SOAR team, it helped coordinate supply deliveries and COVID-related relief funding. SOAR is dedicated to supporting rural hospitals throughout our state. In 2020, they implemented a regional approach to outreach. The major programs that the SOAR team manage are the Rural Health Facility Capital Improvement Program, or CIP. CIP is a grant for rural public and nonprofit hospitals to make capital improvements to existing facilities, construct new health facilities, or to purchase capital equipment. Just a side note, that CIP is currently suspended right now, but we do hope that the application period opens after this upcoming session. So keep an eye on our website, or if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. The Small Rural Hospital Improvement Program, or SHIP, is a program that helps small rural hospitals of 49 beds or less. These funds may be used to enable the purchase of hardware, software, and/or training to help hospitals attain value-based purchasing provision in the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, or better known as ACA. It also aids small rural hospitals in joining or becoming accountable care organizations, or create shared saving programs per the ACA. And it also enables small rural hospitals to purchase health information technology, equipment, and/or training to comply with meaningful use, ICD-10 standards, payment bundling, and care transitions. And then finally, the SOAR team also manages the Medicare Rural Hospital Flexibility Program, or better known as FLEX. FLEX encourages the development of a statewide rural health plan, the conversion of small rural hospitals to critical access hospital status, and the development of rural health networks associated with critical access hospital facilities. Also, an exciting announcement coming out of SOAR is, for the first time ever, the office will be supporting rural health clinics. As y'all can imagine, these clinics are a vital lifeline for a rural community, for the entire state. So it should be announced soon, but this initiative will focus on providing technical assistance to the rural health clinics based on priorities identified this year. And then next slide, please, Annette. So this map is, I mentioned earlier that the SOAR team switched to a regional approach to outreach. So these are the regions for the SOAR team. And your representative is Kathy Johnson. She covers far West Texas. She is a great resource. She loves what she does, and she would be more than happy to walk you and your communities through the resources available to strengthen our healthcare throughout the region and throughout the state. And then next slide, please. So as Annette mentioned, our CDBG program is well known, but we have a lot of application deadlines coming up in May. So I'm just going to briefly go through our CDBG programs and highlight those with applications due in May. So as y'all know, the Texas CDBG program aims to strengthen communities by providing funds to support decent housing and suitable living conditions and expanding economic opportunities principally for persons of low to moderate income. In general, they are competitive grant opportunities that support non-entitled communities and counties, and each project must meet a HUD national objective. Depending on the program, awards are generally made on an annual or biennial basis. Next slide, please. So the Community Development Fund, or CD Fund, is the largest fund category within the CDBG program. It is a competitive process in each of the 24 regional planning, for the state planning regions. This is one of the applications that's due. It's due May 3rd of this year. Primary use of funds include water, wastewater infrastructure, street and drainage improvement, and housing activities. The maximum award is $350,000. Next slide, please. The Downtown Revitalization and Main Street Program is a grant to foster economic development in rural downtowns. It is also due May 3rd of this year. This program provides grant funding to fund infrastructure improvements to address the conditions that contribute to the deterioration in an area designated as slum or blighted in the community's downtown or designated Main Street area. The maximum award for this funding cycle is $350,000. Next slide, please. I also wanted to highlight the Colonia Construction Fund. It is also accepting applications, and this fund is available to eligible county applicants for projects in colonias. Funding is available to support water and wastewater improvements, housing rehabilitation for LMI households. Awards are made on a biennial basis through a competitive process among the eligible counties. An award range is from $150,000 being minimum to a maximum of $1 million. Once again, applications due May 3rd. And then next slide, please. So the Planning and Capacity Building Fund is a program for local public facility and housing planning activities. It provides funding for a quote unquote comprehensive plan or any of its components. These can include base mapping, land use, housing, population, street conditions, etc. This application, we are hoping to get it posted in May of this year. And then last but not least, next slide, please. So the FAST program, or the Fire, Ambulance, and Service Truck Fund, provides funds for eligible vehicles and equipment to provide emergency response and special services to LMI rural communities. The maximum award for this has been around $500,000. We anticipate the next round for FAST will be in 2022. And I should have mentioned at the start of this, the CDBG team does a great job. They host webinars ahead of application rounds, and you can find detailed application guides on each of the individual programs posted on our website. So if you haven't been involved in these programs in the past, just let me know and I can direct you to that location or send you the guide directly. And then next slide, please, Annette. So as Chandra said, I keep wanting to say earlier this year, but it was early last year. So in 2020, TDA announced it was suspending the Texas Capital Fund program, which you all know as the CDBG Economic Development Program. We are currently redesigning that program to be more flexible and user-friendly. So we're really excited about the new program. Unfortunately, we suspended Capital Fund right before COVID hit. So we are a bit behind schedule. We had initially anticipated to release the new program spring 2021, but in all reality, it's looking like late 2021 and maybe early 2022. We do recognize there's a gap right now, and I'm more than happy to jump on a call with you, with any of your communities, with any businesses that are looking for infrastructure funding to help identify other programs, whether that's within TDA or outside of TDA. Just let me know. I did want to take this opportunity, though, to provide you all with a high-level overview of the proposed new CDBG Economic Development Program. Again, it's still in the design phase, but this is what we think it's going to look like. So the program will be called the Rural Economic Development, or RED, Strategy Program, and the RED Project Program. This, in short, the new program will support a community's unique economic development priorities, unlike the Texas Capital Fund that was pretty specific to supporting a benefiting business and job creation activities. So the RED Strategy Program will provide grant funding to assess the current and long-term community needs, recommend business retention and expansion strategies, and identify potential projects and funding sources to support sustainable growth. The RED Project Program will provide construction and implementation funds to support a project identified in the community's economic development plan. So if a community does not have a plan, it can apply to the RED Strategy Program first, and then receive funding for a project or projects identified in that plan. If a community already has a plan in place that specifically identifies projects, economic development projects, that community can apply directly to RED Project. And like I mentioned at the beginning, this new program is expected to be more flexible than Capital Fund. Where Capital Fund was tied to job creation, a RED project can meet any of HUD's national objectives. So of course that could include job requirement or job creation, but it could also include if the project provides goods and services, job training, removal of slum and blight, or micro enterprise support. So the goal behind this new program is to really support a community strategy to support sustainable growth and address the different and diverse needs across rural Texas. So we're really excited about this. Just unfortunately, it's taking a little bit longer than we would have hoped. But again, if you have any questions about the timing or the program, feel free to reach out. So next slide, please. So TDA's marketing and international trade programs are designed to support and promote Texas businesses doing business both domestically and internationally. For businesses that are interested in exporting, the team can connect you with resources, market research, promotional opportunities through TDA's partnerships with SUSTA, the Foreign Ag Service, and U.S. Livestock Genetics. For example, SUSTA helps promote value-added U.S. food and agricultural products to foreign markets through their two primary programs. There's a 50% cost share program, which reimburses half of eligible marketing expenses to promote products in foreign markets. And then there's a global events program, which provides opportunities to meet foreign buyers at home and abroad. As you can imagine, in 2020, everybody had to kind of shift operations. So SUSTA started to do virtual consultations, which have been so successful, they anticipate continuing those in the future. If you know of any businesses that are interested in participating in SUSTA, their 2021 calendar is live. They are having both domestic and international events. So that calendar is posted on their website. So I encourage you to explore their events and any potential opportunities. The Go Texan program, I hope y'all are familiar with that program. It's a great marketing program that businesses can join to help promote their brand and also participate in events like the Go Texan General Store at the State Fair. And then as of 2020, Go Texan has a virtual store. They did a great job. Once the State Fair was canceled, the team put together a virtual store and it turned out beautifully and So it's another perk for GoTexan members. Also, one program I always like to highlight just because I think it's extremely valuable. GoTexan members who are interested in exporting also have the opportunity through the McLean GoTexan Global Export Program to help leverage this opportunity and get their products abroad while minimizing their risk and investment. As you all know, small businesses have limited budgets, have limited staff, so this program is a great resource for them. In short, this program assists businesses with market research, logistics, export requirements, shipping, and distribution. It's designed to be turnkey and to efficiently and effectively introduce Texas-made CPG and food products into the fastest growing international markets. And as of last year, as of fall last year, GoTexan members also now have the opportunity to be connected with a designated SBDC advisor through the UTSA SBDC and International Trade Center in San Antonio. This advisor in turn will connect the individual to the closest SBDC network and other experts based on an initial assessment and the plans and goals of each individual business. Next slide, please. And finally, I also wanted to highlight our agriculture and economic development finance programs through the Trade and Business Development Program. These programs support agricultural producers, agricultural businesses, but they also support small businesses throughout Texas. The first is the Agricultural Loan Guarantee Program, or ALG. It helps agricultural producers and agricultural businesses secure capital from their bank by providing a guarantee. The maximum guarantee is $500,000 or 80% of the loan. I speak with businesses on a daily basis, and as you all know, both SBA and USDA also have loan guarantee programs. So depending on the business, the industry, and the size of their project and what they need financed, it may make sense to go through the federal programs, or it may make more sense to go through the state program. So I'm more than happy to walk them through and kind of navigate the different programs that are out there. The Young Farmer Grant Program is a grant for agricultural producers, both new and existing, between the ages 18 and 46. It is a dollar-for-dollar matching grant, and the maximum award is $20,000. This program is extremely competitive, and it is offered 2 times a year. Generally, it's spring and fall ahead of planting season. The spring application should be announced or posted on our website soon. The State Trade Expansion Program, or STEP, provides a stipend up to $10,000 to support export-related activities for small businesses. This can include attending trade shows, export research tools, compliance testing, website development, and many other eligible activities. And then last but not least, the Capital for Texas program is designed to increase the amount of capital available to rural and minority business owners via CDFIs. Currently, People Fund, they have an office in El Paso, is actively participating in this program. The loan is administered by the CDFI or People Fund. TDA provided the capital for this program. Similar to any business loan, funds can be used to support startup costs, working capital, equipment, and inventory. So as you all know, this last year was crazy, but I encourage you, as the world and business returns back to normal and or shifts to this new reality, I encourage you to connect any business or service provider that's interested in learning more to me, and I can help navigate the resources and help them put all the pieces together. And then next slide, please. Thank you. So I feel like I flew through all this. I know it's a lot of information, but I know we're a bit behind schedule. So I really appreciate your time. And as I mentioned, JD is our new colleague, and he represents the Far West Texas region. His contact is there, contact information is there, as well as Kathy Johnson, and she's the SOAR regional representative. They are great resources for you all. They will be out and about in your region. And then my contact information is on the last slide, Annette. So you can go to the next slide. There we go. So if y'all have any questions, feel free to reach out. I'm happy to help. with any questions, whether it's TDA related or not. So thank you, Annette and Robert, for allowing me to participate, and yeah, happy to help.
Well, thank you so much, Roxana. Thank you for many reasons, especially for allowing to be the last presenter. I know that's never easy, but we still have a good group of folks on the webinar. So I think that's a great testament to them wanting to know what you had to say on behalf of Texas Department of Agriculture. Do we have any questions for Roxana? I'll go ahead and ask with regard to what used to be the Texas Capital Fund, and I apologize if you already had covered this, Roxana, and I didn't quite understand, but with the funding that's going to be made available, will there be, if it's on the planning side, will there be an opportunity to then go on to the actual construction side?
Yes, great questions. How we anticipate that working, so there'll be two scenarios. So first, if a community doesn't have an economic development plan in place, and we're looking, it's an action plan, we're not looking for a comprehensive plan. So if a community does not have a plan in place, they would first apply to the strategy program, so to that planning program. And once, if and when they receive that award, they would automatically receive funding for the construction for a project. So we anticipate the planning to be, I think, 35 to 50,000, I believe. So they would receive that funding, have a year to finalize a strategy or a plan. And then after that is approved, they would receive what I think will be a maximum of $750,000 to complete a project or projects identified in that plan. And that's where our CDBG team that's led by Aubrey Ann Gilmore, she will work closely with those communities to say, this project is CDBG eligible, this project might be best for EDA, or this project might be best for USDA. So we're really hoping that, it will be an action plan that a community can use, not only for TDA, CDBG funding, but other programs as well. If a community already has a plan in place that specifically identifies projects that are eligible for CDBG funding, they would apply directly to that second program. So they wouldn't have to apply to strategy and then move into the project. They could apply directly to receive that $750,000 to then implement one of their projects or projects. Does that make sense?
And yes, it does definitely. And I don't know if I won't put Robert on the spot. I'll just let him think about this, that possibly if a community got to that point where they went into construction and they were awarded that $750,000, as I understand it, CDBG monies lose their designation of federal, and so perhaps that could be considered a match if they were to apply to EDA for construction dollars. So that's how I'm making the connection, but we'll see if my thought process is correct or not. But I can definitely see how this can be a real game changer for our smaller communities to work specifically in economic development.
We're really excited, and we do recognize that there's a hole in with TCF being suspended. But again, these funds could be used for your typical job creation, and we're also working on other programs that that with state funding that would be a bit more flexible. So I encourage y'all to stay in touch. And I think I interrupted Robert, so I'll let him go.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. But appreciate the the setup there because it does work. CDBG funds, once they're received by the local government, can be used. That's the one source of federal funds that can be used as a local match. After it goes through the local government, once it's received by the local government, it is considered local. So you can use those funds for local match. Plus, we have worked with TDA before, and there's a possibility that we can work with them on a project in terms of their funding part of it and our funding part of it, et cetera. So, if there's an opportunity to work together, we're certainly going to look to it and see if we can get it to work, because we have done that before.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, so I'm excited about that possibility. Obviously, the other programs that you do go a long way as well. The health clinic, I think, is going to be a tremendous effort as well. So especially during these times. So I did already send out an invitation to Mr. Lawrence to present at our next board of directors meeting. So that way they'll get to know who he is and he can see everyone else as well. So hopefully you'll take me up on that offer. And what we'll do now, if I can, just give some concluding remarks. I'll give a few briefly, and then I'll turn over to Robert to conclude the presentations. The one thing that I just wanted to express to everyone is, again, thank you for being with us for this webinar that we had today. I know that it was a lot of information. We will be providing these slides to you. I think what I'll do instead of emailing is I will still email you and give you the link, so that way you can go to the website, and then I won't get everyone's email so full with all the slides. So we'll go ahead and do that. And then also just some takeaways. Definitely are going to be looking at reaching out to Mr. Perkins to see if we can generate some monthly meetings with him so we can cover some of these projects and take a deeper dive, like I said. And we'll do that in terms of priority. I'll send out a survey to see what you all want, which programs you want most, and then that way we can calendar it out. So again, thank you so much for participating, and thank you, Robert, for having this idea and reminding me that you had this offer, because this has been a tremendous help, I know, for everyone. So Robert, would you like to say a few words?
Well, Annette, thank you very much for the kind remarks. You did the work in terms of pulling it all together. The key is, we have a lot of agencies, both federal and state, that really want to provide assistance to the communities that they serve, that we all serve, and working together with you folks at Rio Grande. It's just a perfect combination. So, it helps us as agencies to get the information on our programs out there. We all get into this business to help the communities. And so y'all are helping us, deliver our programs. And, if we can get those into the communities that need it, that's wonderful. I think we're all happy. So thank you for your efforts, Annette, and thank everyone who signed in at one point or another during the day. These are better in person, I have to admit. But this has the added advantage of folks being able to sign on and off during the day, and that works as well. So again, thank you very much for your willingness to work with us on this, and thanks to all of our presenters.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Have a good afternoon, and the rest of the day is yours. Thank you.
Thank you.